Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions. My name is SKAER. I'm down here with Warden to bring you guys more action today. It is going to be our fourth day where we are starting the second round of the round robin format, Warden.
Yeah, it's week number 2 here in Cali, so I'm expecting a lot of things change here because, you know, we took a week of a break. There has been a fortunate time definitely for the teams to prepare themselves into the action here for Garena Masters 9. And honestly, man, I'm expecting a lot of changes. As we all know, it's a rematch of the last week's matches. If we proceed towards our timeline, we started things off with 70 teams on the qualifier stage. 6 teams made it now here on the group stage, and only 4 will come through for the playoffs.
Now, the 4 teams that were able to earn it in this group stage, you know, they've already made a lot of their mark here. From the first 3 days, they've really made a lot of moments where they know that they can prove themselves out there, and it's just that they need a little bit more repetitions just to get there. Maybe perhaps the second round robin format that we're going to be having before we enter the playoffs, where only 4 teams gets to advance, is going to be the make or break for them, man.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. And you know, just looking at the whole standing right now, all eyes were scary in RTL Prestige to try to latch, you know, to come true and probably scratch the, you know, top 4 rankings and do probably have another chance to probably run it towards the playoffs. As we take a look at the map pool, it's going to be the same old map pool, obviously, with the latest edition of Combine. And so far for Combine, man, this has been a pretty 50-50 map coming in towards the last day's matches last week.
I mean, it's been pretty, you know, it's been pretty chaotic just to look at how you try to play the Combine map, because it's pretty fast. Like, it's way faster. The pacing there can be a little bit more similar to Summit, but when you try to play for the spawns, it's just really going to be chaotic, right? But we talk about the timeline, we talked about the maps, now we talk about the prize pool that we got here for Garena Masters 9. Warden, the first place, gets 13,000 USD, a lion's share of the prize pool, and like the past few seasons, it has all been Elevate, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, you take a look at the run here for the set of Elevate, and they've been Garena Masters 8 champions, 7 champions, season 6 champions as well, and they're looking obviously to try to claim this 9th season of Garena Masters through. And not only that, I mean, you had added in the addition to the core players on Garena Masters 5 that were able to win the tournament now. And moving forward now towards our matches here for today, we start things off here with TRT and Stalwart Esports. Next up in line is going to be SKAER and THNTS, RTL Prestige and Elevate, TRT and THNTS, and last but not the least, we got RTL Prestige once again up against Stalwart Esports.
I'm looking forward to this first game of the day, right? Because we know for sure that Stalwart Esports has got what it takes. Jai being the new superstar, we've seen plenty of moments where he can drop easy 40 bombs on those hardpoint, but the search and destroy, he's shown things that he can clutch things up. So looking forward to how he'll be able to find his way through on the second day, or second round robin format that we got here on this group stage. I feel like for him, being on this roster has given this team a new ceiling that they are still about to reach, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. And looking at this, we do lay down our predictions here. I'm going to be going for Stalwart Esports. Same all for you, Cali. I mean, it's a pretty safe pick here, all just due to the fact that TRT didn't really show a lot of promise during week 1. Honestly, coming from the pretty, let's say, immaculate run on GSI, pretty promising. I was kind of expecting them to translate that, you know, momentum all over here towards Garena Masters 9, but clearly it didn't really happen. They had a pretty slop set of day 1 and day 2, and only day 3 that they were able to somewhat shine, but it's still not as convincing as I hope to be.
I feel like I have to agree with you on that, right? TRT, when you look at them on paper, they're a bunch of new and old generation players that seems to be like the right formula for you to get your team the success that you need, right? But it's not really been the thing with them. They've been pretty inconsistent. You would think that with the roster that they have, they would be the superior hardpoint team, but it has not been the case here at all. So that needs to change. As we go into our first game of the day, here we have it, TRT and SDE. These are their map bans and picks for the hardpoint. And it seems like with TRT banning Combine and Hacienda, we get to see Apocalypse here once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a safe bet here for both teams, although they don't really have any promising data in regards to Apocalypse. One thing for sure is that in regards to their hardpoint run, Stalwart Esports has had it better, but it's not too far apart, only a plus 15% here for a set of STE. So, hey, we'll see about it. Come again, Cali. It's a brand new week. It's a brand new day. And it's just all going to come down to how much preparation they've done from the last week of time that they've, you know, had the stall.
I mean, TRT and SD, there's one thing in common, right? They played Apocalypse at one point during this group stage, and that was up against Elevate. Now, SD gave up a little bit more of a fight losing 130 to 250. On the flip side, we had your boys from RTL playing Elevate. 72 to 250 was the scoreline, so a 100-point club was served. So I guess from that loss, you would have to start thinking, what did we do wrong and what changes can we make for us to take this win right here up against STE? That is going to be the main question for them, right? Do you bounce back or you continue to succumb to your losses? Because if you're looking into this game, Warden, this is just how do I say it? This is supposed to be your map, because either this is one of his core map back in the seasons that he's played here in Garena Masters.
No, definitely. And now look, we take a look at the roster here. Really interesting composition. I mean, for Sour Esports, it's pretty stale. Running the same old core with FTX, Crew, Reef, Jai, and Clove. But you look at TRT, they're going to be putting Josh away, having Jibby, Tin, and Yato and Freezy in just one squad is pretty promising. And just having, like, you know, Hydra as the main AR, it really provide a lot of things. I think pacing is definitely going to be one thing that TRT can truly hold on to in this matchup.
I feel like I have to agree with you on that, because if you're talking about pacing, right, how many engagements can you win in every match? And with this team having Yato and him having a breakout year so far, he's going to make it huge, right? He had a 1.44 KD on the hardpoint department, and if he continues to still play like that, man, I feel like this team could take away a map or even the series up against Stalwart Esports. And now here we look at our group stage standing. At the end of the first 3 days of the group stage, you see Elevate, 10 wins, no match loss that they have taken so far. The only thing that is giving them a problem here though was SDE, but even then it was so far. It's not even a match, man. It's not even a rivalry anymore.
Oh yeah, and even then, I mean, I think the closest time that we were able to see Elevate drop a map was probably up against the Nautilus and Slums on last week's run. But hey, move over now towards Suppression, and it's gonna be TRT and Stalwart Esports back at it now once more. Here this time in Apocalypse Hardpoint.
You're talking about, again, Yato being that key playmaker in terms of fighting those skills. Again, entering this map with a 1.44 KD. Now, you take a look at STE, a guy known to drop bombs. We know him for sure. He's going to be STE Jai, who has dropped, you know, a 60 bomb, a 50 bomb, and a 42.5 kills per game in this matchup on the hardpoint. So let's see what they're going to be able to provide here. TRT and STE first. Hardpoint always going to be back and forth scrappy.
Oh yeah, so far 9-11 here. Stalwart Esports going to be on its slight lead. Breezy's going to be inside of the hill. Yato's playing on maps. FTX tries to come across inside of the hill. Finds one, but Clove able to get the trade here. Back and forth we go. And so far, TRT and Stalwart Esports laying it out here on this P1. But Stalwart Esports on paper should have the better look on P2 as they have the better spawns.
Yeah, better spawns is how you want to try to get this on this P2 if you're playing Apocalypse, right? It gives you unlimited reinforcements, but it can still be prone to losing gunfights if you don't get your operators brought out at the best possible moment, right? So for now, TRT still gonna keep it close. 20-22 on the scoreline. Your goal here, you're starting on the back foot. You need to be able to find your way into the temple and try to break it off from the enemy spawn, but that's been shot down here so far by FTX through the front and Jai from the back. SDE claiming early time.
Yes, laid out now here. FTX so far still going to be on the spree, quite alive and kicking. Clove from the back, spray sound, finds an Hydra across. Reef with a Sparrow, finds a quad. Beautiful place now here for a set of SDE, and that should be able to clear as a definition, but in the process, the spawns get flipped. SDE, they get the read, and another operator gets whipped out. Tempest is going to be coming through here for a set of FTX, able to pave the way, and it's like SDE is still able to recover despite the fact that the spawns get flipped. TRT pretty stale here on his P2.
Yeah, crucial play there for Reef, man, and everything, right? Every operator that's being activated here is just finding so many value for SDE. It started with that Reef Sparrow that just shot down that push from TRT on this P2, and that's going to give them a great lead as we enter this next hill.
Pushing in now, FTX here once again on the front line, good for one elimination. Hydra gonna be inside here, pushing in. FTX has the Predator missile as well. They go for the wrap to clear out the way, but it's going to be Yato alongside player 3. Hydra still trying to push through to try to create the space. They got 4 operators here ready for investment. Can we see it? So far, they're inside of the hill. This should be the perfect time for them to whip out their operator skills.
Oh, man, then just gonna have to get that equalizer ready, right? It's not just really going in for them right now. They're still hesitating whether to bring it out or not, because again, it's just scintillating, right? The push coming through for SDE just ever grows, and the pressure is just really there to start with. But they do clear out the first wave of gunfight. Now they're moving in. They bring out that machine from GB, and he's gonna find so many pressure downstairs, and GB's gonna try to cut off the players from the flank, but the timing is just unreal. He falls down, and TRT, despite having this rotation, right, they did get broken off by SDE, but they find their way to stabilize back inside the hill.
It's not too shabby here for TRT. Could have done more though if ever they just used those operators to clear out the space and create it to get the leeway here for this hill. But fortunately, spawns was well defined here all towards the duration of that P3, so they're gonna have a better look as well here towards P number 4 as it opens up now. It's gonna be TRT here flooding inside of the hill, while Slums Esports, they invest 4 players here to try to wrap around. Only good for 1 so far, and they lose the trade of gunfights, and now 10 whips up the equalizer, only good for 1. Now it's SDE here hitting it down from the front side, but the Tempest beats him at the end. Never mind, doesn't connect. SDE still playing this one scrappy off the front, but they are able to win the trade, all because of Reef with a Sparrow once again.
I mean, Reef, you know, you would expect him to just average 34 kills. Right now, we're barely past the first hardpoint rotation, and he's already got 23 eliminations. That Sparrow's already provided him 2 Predator missiles that has just shut down TRT multiple times, and with that play that he just created, just shutting all the players single-handedly, just flips the spawn over and allows this team to get back in position to score the last 30 seconds of this P4.
Flooded through now here, nearly a 30-point lead here for the set of Slums Esports as we go back to the reset here towards P number 1. Steve playing the scrap time devotedly now, but TRT once again, you know, they are getting the read here. Jibby so far good for 2 to cancel out the push there towards Con. So they should have and try to retain the spawns here on this P1, but FDX alongside Jai here is having extra effort to try to take this one all the way. FDX gets the kill, and the hardpoint will open up for the side of TRT, but they'll lose the spawns in the process.
They need to get a better care on this one, right? TRT just lost a massive lead just because of putting themselves at the late rotation on that P2. So you gotta think bigger picture here. If you do not get the last 15 seconds of this P1, you gotta have to make sure some guy just push through Temple and get you an opportunity to win some gunfight over towards P2 to get yourself the better position on the next hardpoint rotation. But before we even talk about that, right, there's still 20 seconds here, and you're still facing the wrath of SDE going ballistic here on this match, right? You got 3 operators invested on that P1, and it has translated into a full money hill. TRT left nothing to do but to just settle on rotation, but can they even win the gunfight up in third?
Wonderful quad spree there for the set of FDX and the ladder run of the P1, while TRT putting extra efforts once again to try to fight for the spawns, and they do get it now. All players from the side of TRT now spawning out here on deep. P2, we go. Freddy flies in, finds Freezy there on the mid-map, and the rest of the cavalry arrives here, solidifying this very hill. In the process, they try to flip the spawns, but instead it gets splitted up now. So far, TRD has the better look, but they gotta find the means to get the break in this very moment right now, but Slums Esports not making it easy at all.
Yeah, the pressure inside, no matter where they have the good or the bad spawns, they're always on the point, in the point, and it just really puts so much trouble for TRT to find their way in, because even though they have a couple of players playing the objective, they always get traded out, and the players on the backline would have to make sure that they have the anchor spot for this V2, so that's why it's really costing TRT a little bit more time in this game. But even that, right, even if it was a problem, at least this V2 has looked a lot better. TRT did not even get a couple of 10 seconds, in this P2, but this time 20 to 30 seconds, that's good enough time. Just gotta have to earn your way back on this next hill.
Such a very scrappy, hungry team. Slums Esports, they go. And now we look towards P3 here. It's going to be opening up. This time a different look comparing to the last rotation. Better response here for the set of SDE. Hydra tries to make the play. Good for 1, good for 2. Able to get the break right back. Now, you have the Tempest in your hand. Will you go for the investment? Unfortunate timing. Reef shuts him down. Equalizer is out for the set of 10. Only good for 1. Trades after trades they go. And so far, TRT is still looking to have the better look.
That has a sigh of relief, because even though you had that operator pull there, you still have the first wave of gunfight in favor your way. This P3 has been your sanctuary, but can you survive the next wave? SDE is just about to pull through. FDX with that Tempest is not looking to get himself taken down. Reef has just been the playmaker here. 36 kills for him already, and he's about to get himself that 40 bomb over towards TRT's side on this coming hill up ahead. They are just relentless. They waste no time, but a massive play there for Yato to keep this team alive with that with that machine invested, that finds those 3 kills and cuts down the last wave that SDE is gonna throw as we head over towards New.
Beautiful shot down there for a set of Freezy. Still trying to go on a sprint. First one gets taken down. Now Star Esports late on rotation. But if you are on their side, they would look to wrap around to try to flip the spawns. They do force 1 player to spawn out, make it 2 actually. But the Tempest is out for Ida. Good for 2. Now here running it down. Looking to create the space here from the back. But Reef with a Sparrow once again. Only good for 1 elimination as well. Yato shuts it out. TRT playing it from the front side. Inside of the hill. War Machine is out. Freezy on the roll. Can he get some more? Never mind. Stellar Esports, they washed him away, and they're going to be looking to be in control once again here on the Speed 4.
Yeah, Steve, this is a good spot for them, right? You got drop 30 you're just locking down the guys coming through Temple. You also have a sight on the guys trying to run through mid, and Clovis goes to that player that shuts them out. It's the Indonesian double trouble wombo combo, and it's really finding the kills. To lock down this P4 and turn it into a money hill. SDE is about to reach a 200-point mark. TRT still contesting. Not want to give easy time in the hands of SDE on this last 5 seconds. They look to try to get their way back on that P1, but is this even it, right? Is this it? SDE in a full steaming momentum. They're looking to try to flip spawns for the next as well, already taking bigger picture before even trying to get this P1 to pop up.
Open it up once again. Star Esports reverberating around the hill, looking to be solidified here on this P1 once again. More than enough time for them as well to close this one out, but they got to clear this one nearly flawlessly. 1 player wrapping around. That is going to be Auto for the side of TRT. Able to get 1 so far. Should be able to play the cut, but player 4 FDS able to get a respondent inside of the hill. Reef goes on a tree spree. Couldn't find the board, but it doesn't really matter. Star Esports still compact and inside of the hill. And TRT, they're struggling to put themselves inside.
Yeah, so the team, right? This is a nice spot to be in. The under P2, under P3 is where you want to be, but you've always been shot down. So you can't really find your way back into this right now. SDE is only needing 10 more points to win this game, and Reese dropping a 52 bomb, call it a game. The Predator missile gets locked in. Jai finds the double, and SDE continues to rain down upon TRT on the first map. 250 to 135. Even better approach as this team gets the win.
You saw how Star Esports was able to play. It doesn't really matter what spawns they were at. They were able to stack the hill, able to get the read, get the eliminations that is needed. And that's exactly the type of hardpoint team you kind of want to watch out for. You know, really well polished, really good reads, really good coordination, operator investment. Don't get me started with that. They were immaculate with it, Callie. Only saw like, let's see, 1 to 2 operators drop, but aside from that, it was definitely a show to be seen from Sour Esports.
Yeah, Reef currently on the hard point, number 12, right? Number 12, Reef with 34.8 kills, but you saw him dropping 54 kills here. So if you missed the action, come take a look at these highlights where Reef just put on a show. let's take a look at all of the games that we've seen here so far, man. SDE has all been nothing but greatness, right? You saw the beauty from Jai last week. Today, you just saw the beauty of Reef and the ability to find eliminations. 52 bomb on the Apocalypse Hardpoint. This is what SD definitely needed. A man, two guys, and you know that they added that can really put a lot in the bag, and it paid off winning up against THNTS on the first map.
Oh, it definitely did, man. And you know, we move away now here from Hardpoint. We go towards Search and Destroy. Callie, before that though, hey, let's talk about the MVP of Hardpoint. Let's get it up. I mean, obviously, we saw the numbers, we saw the traction, you saw the impact. It is going to be Reef here as the MVP with 52 kills, 27 deaths, accumulating a KDA of 1.93.
He was like Rambo out there, man, single-handedly killing these players with that Sparrow. Explosive bolts, just really putting so much show. And again, coming into this game, Reef currently is averaging 34.8 kills with a 1.04 KD. And look at him with his map right here. It's guaranteed to go even higher for this season with a 1.93 KD. He was just trading bullets out there. More guys that he's been able to take out than last weekend. He's finally able to showcase what he really is made of. One of the best Indonesia player that you get in Garena, and he's here with SDE now with his you know, his fellow mate Clove, and this double trouble is going to mean something as they develop that chemistry even further.
Let's kind of get started here with Clove, because Clove so far on the first week wasn't really shining as much when you know, I mean, is it too hard to say, as you know, you don't really get to see a lot of like, it's kind of like hard to point out Clove when you have Reef just laying out the competition, but at the same time, Clove hasn't been you know, the best form whatsoever. But hey, at least they were able to claim this win here up against THNTS. So you take a look at the head-to-head, 151 to 190 kills in the 3 minutes and 6 seconds on the hill time, comparing to 6 minutes and 1 for the set of Star Esports, and the dominant rates at 65%, comparing to 35% here for the set of TRT. I mean, every factor checks out here for the set of Star Esports here, Callie.
I mean, either for this match, it's just really underwhelming. I mean, you would expect him to at least put up at least 20, 25 kills. I think he only had 21 or 20, even lower, right? And it just hurts the way that TRT is kind of playing this map, because you would need everybody to play and slay out, knowing that P2, P4 are going to be slay dependent. If you need to win your 1v1s, you really have to make sure you make the play. You make the play. And Reef was able to provide it for SDE. You saw him with that Spiral Warden multiple times. He's been able to get that shot down, and I think that's just what really lack here for TRT. When they were the ones late on rotation, they don't have that guy that can help them break through the front.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now we soon enough we move over towards Search and Destroy. Callie, what's your expectations here, man? Because so far, I mean, we've seen 2 game 3s, I think, for the set of Star Esports, and for the set of TRT, they've only won 2 game 3 ones. And it kind of goes to show that in some way, although the series is pretty much tied up here in regards to the running for you know, game 3s, I feel like in some way, just by looking at the, you know, stats here, Callie, I think Search and Destroy is pretty even actually for both teams.
It should be pretty even. It will just depend on what map you're going to be playing, and the confidence of your sniper would make the biggest difference. Because from what we've seen for Star Esports, outside of Elevate, Jai has been able to completely lock things down with that sniper. We've seen plenty of moments from him clutching things up, so he's the guy you want to stop here if you're TRT, because he makes those plays. Like, he's a Chinese sniper right there, right? So definitely a different kind of level of beast comparing it to that GM3 Jai that we know.
Yeah, for sure. And just by looking at the map pool that the, you know, both teams has played out, I mean, Star Esports, they played 4 comparison to 3 for the set of TRT. TRT has revolved around Garena, Metropolis standoff in Tunisia. While it's exactly the same for the set of Star Esports, they did play Firing Range already twice, 50% win rate on that part. But we take a look at the bad CRT, they take away standoff. Same goes for the set of Garena, Metropolis. Star Esports, they don't want to play no coastal and Firing Range, so looking like we are going to be heading straight to a map of Tunisia, which in this case we saw Tunisia not really handed out for a set of TRT, while Star Esports, they will push through with this and get their win. But it's not too far of a comparison. Still, there's not really much games to be collected inside of this run, so I'm still kind of 50-50 inside of this game, Callie.
I mean, Elevate took down TRT on Tunisia 3-7, right? On the flip side, if you're Stalwart Esports, you look pretty good up against SKAER, right? Winning 7-2. That's a pretty massive scoreline. So this would still be really on who's got the better day, honestly, for this sniper, because Tunisia, we've seen it many times in the COD scene, has had its fair share of highlights and moments all over the world. So you're just going to have to really have the right timing to get your sniper picks, especially on the attack side, right? Because you obviously are going to have a little bit more of a static approach if you're on the defensive side, more specifically on the B side, where it's either going to be on top yellow or on top red. So let's see what really is going to be the situation here, as we have TRT finally able to get things started on the B side, completely busting it open, forcing STE to make your retake, and it's the new guys out here trying to find a way to get an angle on TRT.
Well, it's a 2v2 situation. TRT's gonna be pulling back away, looking like they want to rotate to the other side of the map. Well, Stalwart Esports, I mean, they bite the call here on B. I think Jai gets the read as well, and they're gonna be slicing across this mid-map. Hydra and Jibby's ready to be instead as well, so it's gonna be one sniper here for each and then one SMG, and it's all pretty equalized and tied up. We're not really seeing coming through here, but Jibby finds Jai away. Reef now is gonna be all alone in a 1v2. Never mind, Jibby shuts them down. The Prodigy is out. TRT, they claim the first round.
I think this is the first time that GB is able to play again on the S&D, right? Because the last time we saw him, he scored 8 kills and 1 death. I think it was a 7-1 scoreline, right? I mean, yeah, 8 KD, that's the highest so far in the season. Nobody's ever really been able to get that over through. But GB finding the last 2 kills there, really important. TRT still on the attack. FDX a little bit more aggressive on the approach, and either gets the kill. And he's gonna swing out. When did we see either on the US S9? Is this even real?
Oh, but Jibby finds a double as well. Responsive back. Coming in. Situation once
Same
again.
guys.
Jibby has been proving wonders, but Freezy eats a nade directly to the face. GB once again on the spotlight. He's done it before. Can he do it once again? Picks up the bomb. Another nade flies by. Doesn't really get the shot. Reef here finds him out away. And that's a 1v1 situation. Looking to get the refrag here. Jai peeks out. Gets the read. Never mind. Jai too fast, too quick with it. Stalwart Esports bouncing back with their own round.
I think that's the beauty of having Jair on the team. That's his capability to play and perform around the clutch, right? He never shies away from it. In fact, he even do better, right? When he's put into top pressure scenarios, and right there, the 1v1 crucial for them to make this game tied up equal. As we enter round number 3, it's going to be an aggressive approach from TRT all over towards the mid side. Jai should be able to get an angle on that, while GB looks to try to push through connectors. They will be overwhelming and invading the B side right quickly. And GB's been able to perform well. 6 kills already in the first 2 rounds.
Mad flawless take there on an ace site. Clove, though, in the process finds Hydra away. The bomb's gonna be planted. EX Clove. Shotgun sniper wombo combo. Getting it down from Zig on. Pushing through. FDX finds 10. Away. Now it's 2v3 here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Needs to push now. Gonna play for the time. Clove looking to wrap around to try to offer a dual lane push now. Finds Seattle up front. Sniper in hand. Whips out the pistol. Doesn't really matter. But Freezy finds FDX away. No more time left as well. So he's gonna play for the time. Clove, you can get the kill. But it should be Jamie playing and stalling this one out. TRT able to take the round. And we'll be back on the lead.
That was chaotic right there for Clove. I mean, he could have clutched that. But a nice try for them. But TRT finally takes it. And we're talking about the snipers making the plays here, Warden, and GB has been the X factor for TRT. 7 eliminations on the first 3 rounds of action.
Yeah, I mean, that's my player right there. I'm proud to see him. And ever since the acquisition for Jibby back in their old team AZ, they've been pretty gnarly in regards to search and destroy as well. Pushing through here, heavy mid control from the side of TRT. It could be a 5-man push. Jibby just left behind here to patrol 2 lanes here. Well, it's gonna be a 4-man hit here from the bottom side of FDX. I don't know what to tell you. Might just have to run away for this one.
Does he get the info though? There we go. That neutral dump should get him the info. He looks to try to find 1 kill before he gets taken down, but that's just not going to be the situation he's in. And look at how
Oh.
TRT is playing this, man. This is like CDM right here. A little bit more of a CT side slam before putting that bomb plant. A little bit remind me of the way Q9 plays their B side at times, but are they ready for the retake?
Oh, what's the nade? The nade doesn't really connect. Freezy though finds Reef. Glow hops in. Good for one. Takes away Freezy. Takes away Yato as well. But now he's going to be all alone here in the 1v2. One on tunnel. One on red. Jimmy on the top side. Check the tunnel. Finds a hit marker on 10. Gets the connection with a second.
Run.
Jimmy tries to run. Pushes through. Looks to get the trade.
Man.
Aggressively.
What?
Confidently. Jimmy on a roll.
8 kills. That's 2 kills per round. He's been able to provide for TRT. Beautiful plays in the clutch as well. Now he's been able to really shut things down. His teammates as well. Really finding value out of the takedown from FTX for Jai. Now they look to try to maintain that strength on the attack by making sure that they blitz that B side once again. But this time a little bit better on the approach is SDE as they got a couple of players reminded that they need to play here quick. And they do find those nades to cut through 2 guys from TRT, and Skirt finds the breakthrough inside the B site and just dancing with FTX. All down to their former teammate Yato, and then they get the shutdown that they require right away. Not wasting any time to play that retake. Those nades connected, and it just shut down TRT's 5 players on that B bomb plant.
Yeah, that's exactly the adjustments that you kind of want to have. You know, if you are on the side of Stellar Esports, you kind of figure that if you take it slow on the retake, doesn't really go to your favor too much. Play it quickly now, and then able to get it worked out. Moving over now here, next round is going to be a 5-man hold here for the set of SDE here on this mid-map. 2 for 2 trades we go. Back and forth, Reef, FTX out, Jimmy and Tin as well. Pushing through, another wave of kills coming through from the set of Stellar Esports. Yato and Auda is gone. Freezy's now going to be all alone here in the 1v3. Against Scourge, Jai Clove swings on by, double chow. Scourge gets the bait, pushing in, triple challenge. Couldn't do much. Stellar Esports 2 in a row, able to get the equalizer.
Yeah, nice job again for STE to just really get an idea what kind of playstyle is TRT playing on the attack side. And they knew for sure from the first 4 rounds that there's going to be more aggressive assaults on all 3 lanes, and they made sure that they team up and get those wins. Now they tied up. TRT is going to be on the defensive side. Now they seem to be more of the aggressor. So how well can they perform on the defense, and how much patience do they have in them? Make sure that they hold off all of these angles right without getting picked off.
Shots fired here. No connections, but on the feed, Jai finds one though on the top side. Able to get one. Yato able to get the trade as well. Sniper galore. Back to a 4v4 now. The players of Stellar Esports here looking to divert their attention here onto the A site. Clove is going to be leading the way alongside Skirt here on Winery. Actually going to be a triple man hit. FTX with a sniper here watching from main. Here at T, do they get the read? Flashes it out, pushing in. First shot doesn't connect. The second doesn't as well. Skirt finds Freezy. Tin gets one. Reef from the top side. Hill swan diving up top. We got one. Yato able to get the punish as well. Back and forth trades. But it's Stellar Esports look to have the better look at it. Now it's going to be Ida, the veteran, all alone here in the 1v2 situation. Pushing through. Does he check out? Finds Clove, but Skirt on Dark, able to shut him down. Stellar Esports still, their spree continues. And now they're going to be on the lead.
Yeah, the sudden engagements of the snipers really was the bigger factor here for STE. Jai and FTX again started with 1 kill each on round number 4, if I'm not mistaken, and now they've climbed their way back to 3 and 5, combining for 8 kills in total. You know, sudden first blood's definitely going to be a factor when once you're on the attack side and playing a little bit more per picks. It is essential for your snipers to find those information to get an idea where exactly the positionings are going to be in for your opponents. And right now for TRT, that's going to be a strong A posture that they got 3 guys defending the A site.
Singular on mid and on B as well. All eyes on Yato here just next to FTX, watching with his scopes. Does he check out? Does he see him? Yes, he does. Going for the shot with a machine pistol, able to get the kill from the back with the support of Skurd. Freezy can get too greedy here. Gonna be 4 players here on the mid map. Looks to be pretty dangerous now, but in return, got one player on mid. Freezy, let's go B. Tier team SKAER Esports gets the call, and they're gonna go for the plan now here on the B side.
Yo, 5Jai is currently stuck in an island. Oh man. How is he still alive here? And how is he still able to get the kill before going down? Almost 2 eliminations created there by Jai all for himself. This definitely helped his team get the number advantage. Freezy does not get the kill with the sniper, and this is not looking good for TRT on the defense. This is a much tighter setup that SDE has on the post plant. And with GV left to clutch this, he has nothing to do at the end. With him only the remaining player to win that round, impossible. SDE bouncing back, now taking a 2-round lead.
Love the push-pull tempo here for SKAER Esports. I mean, they bait one out, they get the pick off, and they get the read after. So far, it has been pretty flawless on the last 2. Here, T-Still eyeing out for the same formation as they did on the last round. 1 player on B, on mid, 3 on A. Auto's still gonna be on the same position here. Does it check out though for a set of FDX? Not really pushing 3 on this mid map. But looking like the players are now gonna be ganging up here. Have to go for another search perhaps. FDX gonna be leading the way. Guy from the back. Yato! Perfect angle. Good reaction. Able to get 1, push back away. Don't give the refrag. But looking like he still wants to go for another challenge.
That's just a devil position right there. That's an equal tray right away. But TRT at least finds the first blood. They need something out of Freezy. Does he get the info? Yes, he does, and he's in a lot of pressure, and he decides to fight instead of flying away from the situation, costing his team that number advantage that they require to get themselves a chance to win a defensive side.
Oh, Yato knows, but Glow with a double nade finds Chin and Jimmy away. Reef takes on Yato. Oh my god. A total collapse for the side of TRT, and once again, Idra's gonna be all alone. Jai checks out, able to get the kill, and just like that, Callie, match point advantage for the side of SKAER Esports.
That's the thing with the personality of TRT, right? You saw their attack side, they're more of the aggressor. There's really no way for them to play passive, and it just kind of reflects on their defensive side as well. You saw that from Freezy, where he already had information on 2 to 3 guys and is still looking to try to get a kill before dying, which is not supposed to be the problem there because they had the number advantage. They took 1 guy down, but instead he chose to continue to fight the rally and get himself taken down, and that really was a big loss for TRT. And the nade by Clove just added more salt to the wound. And SDE again with another first blood. This should be the round at the end. Can TRT fight back?
Oh, 10 good for 2. Jai able to get the trade. 3v3 now. TRT, hold on. So for SKAER Esports in control now. Here's Foray down by Clove. Good for 1, good for 2. Now once again in the same situation in a different side. The 1v3. Hydra's gonna be all alone. FDX able to get the read. The cavalry arrives, ganging up now, playing by their numbers. No way in hell Hydra can pull this one off. He is able to slip by here on Winery. Should have side control, but FDX from the back shuts them down. SKAER Esports, they win 2-0. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. That being said, 2-0 here for SKAER Esports. They claim this one done. And pushing forward now here. This adds it up now here towards their record. Just showing to be much more of a promise once again. Clears it up. I mean, I was expecting Clove to, you know, try to make up for his performance on last week's run. Yeah. He was able to absolutely serve and pushing forward now. I don't know. I mean, everyone from the side of SKAER Esports was really proving their roles pretty well, and they were able to go for the rundown.
And I think here's the problem. Here's the best thing about this, right? For SDE, the duo may not have a great time matching with each other, but Clove put on a highlight reel here, 16 kills, and if you missed the action, come take a look at this highlights that we're just about to show you.
Well, it all started on the first half where it was pretty 50-50, but once you over towards Stalwart Esports playing on offense, they were able to get it done, especially with Clove with his impact. 16 kills, 5 deaths, and a KDA of 3.2, by the way, here on a Search and Destroy Tunisia.
That's just nuts, right? I mean, you would expect Clove to be more of a respawn player. And in fact, here last week, right, for Clove, he scored himself only a 0.84 KD. Last week on the Search and Destroys, and here he pulled up with one of the most disgusting performance as they put this TRT squad on a mixtape. Clove with 16 eliminations, 5 deaths, and that's just insane coming out of him, right? We would that's a thing, Warden, if we're talking about it, right? We have your boys from Elevate playing later on today, and looking forward to how they will play that. But again, moving forward to what I was saying right earlier before my mic was cut off because of the mixtape that I saw from the Indonesian players. Reef had himself a highlight gameplay on the map number 1 where he scored 52 eliminations. And in the Search and Destroy, you had Clove with 16 kills. And you get so much value from your Indonesia double trouble. SD is gonna take this one home 7-3.
Yeah, 30 to 46 kills here, not too far apart, but obviously it's all going to come down to the impact kills and the impactful rounds. And Stalwart Esports on the second half just sheered to look to be pretty flawless all across the board there, Cali. And more so over the better reads from the side of Stalwart Esports. TRT, we didn't really see a lot of adaptability from them. I mean, on the defensive side, they were just doing exactly the same thing over and over again, and it clearly just didn't work out. And there was one big factor there. You have Freezy alone on the B side. You kind of expecting him to play more intelligently, but he was taking fights that no one should ever do all alone because of full squad of STE. But now we move over towards our MVP. It is once again going to be Stalwart Esports Reef, your series MVP here.
Yeah, Reef definitely put so much value out of this team. I mean, that Sparrow, like, he was Rambo out there, man. You saw how he was able to break hills. And that P2, man, scored him 4 kills on that P4 single-handedly. Has taken down so much players with that. Even able to flip the spawns over. And that is the MVP for this matchup right here. It is Reef getting himself the highlights and his opportunity to shine. Last week, it was Jai. This time, it's going to be your boy Reef.
Oh, yeah. And you know, something about this whole roster from Stalwart Esports, it's pretty brand new. It's pretty young. Once they do evolve and probably get some preparation, and I feel like obviously it's not really a lost cause anymore. They're going to be really one of those squads that, you know, you could be eyeing out for stage 4. But with that being said, this is Garena Masters 9, Echoes of the Champions. We'll be right back after the short break.
Season 5 is finally live. I was looking forward to it since forever. Heard that there is a ton of new content this time.
Totally. The most exciting part is the Summer Surprises event. Just log in and spin. With just 5 spins, you can take home all the rewards, such as brand new Epic Operator Skill Bull Charge Jaguar and KSP 45 Grizzly. Soldiers, summer break has officially begun.
And here's something Secret Cache lovers will love. The Secret Cache has new updates. A new gun has been added, and there is a new Universal Fragment system. You can open the Secret Caches to your heart's content now.
Too hot to go outside this summer? No worries. Check out the brand new Zoo map in the multiplayer mode. No need to purchase tickets. Just use your bullets for admission.
And that's not all. Multiplayer mode now has a new gameplay, operation, variant. There are various personal buffs and team buffs to make each match more intense. There are tons of rewards too, so don't miss out.
Not to miss, there are big updates in Battle Royale mode too. A new buy station limited time event lets you collect scattered cash across the map and use it to buy airdrop supplies at the station.
One last update, the strongbox system has been upgraded. Some strongboxes now have a chance to trigger surprise discounts when drawn, giving you minimum 30% off your next 10 pull. If you are lucky, you might even get a free 10 pull.
Season 5 is ready to roll. See you on the field, soldiers.
And we are back for more action here on the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions, and we're heading straight towards our second matchup here. Once again, this is day number 1 of week number 2, and it is going to be THNTS and SKAER here, Callie.
It is going to be scary. That is really having it rough, right? We saw them play 5 times already, and the only match that they won was up against Prestige. And the last time that they went up against each other with THNTS, it was pretty rough, right? But yeah, let's see what is going to be our... how would I say it? Let's see what is going to be the adjustment that they'll be doing in order for them to take away a map against THNTS. Because if anything, really, Matt, THNTS looks like a clear number 3 in the region right now.
Oh yeah, THNTS. I mean, I thought that with the loss of Jai, they were gonna struggle quite a lot. But hey, Tarks alongside Rex is not doing too shabby at all. I mean, if you want to have a pretty good S&D specialist, especially on the scopes, Tarks is definitely the man you want to have Your eyes on Rex hasn't really shined too much here and there, but one thing for sure is that he is definitely providing, you know, quite enough nearly for his role.
Of course, and I feel like the recent adjustment for THNTS was, again, Mumra. Mumra was laying things out when they were playing up against SDE. Again, he scored a 50 bomb up against Stalwart Esports on the first day, and it was a 227-250 loss that they took. And the only reason why that was close was because of him, right? Now, they played 2 more games after the STE match, which is up against RTL and SKAER, and both that they have won 2-0. Pretty easy game for them. But will it be easy here today is going to be the question.
Okay, we do see the predictions now here. Cal, you go for SKAER. I'm personally going for THNTS. Why SKAER to be exact, bro?
I mean, I just want this team to get over the hump, right? I feel like if you're SKAER, you've always been stuck in the middle, right? At times, you will always beat the team under you, but not the team above you. So I just want them to really prove that, hey, we've got the mental, let's get this game up, and we just need to take it one map up at a time. Well, although the last match they went up against THNTS is not going to be as convincing as it is, maybe this time they really look to try to make sure that their communication is going to be proactive, and maybe they take away one map in today's gameplay, and it starts here in this hard point where we get to see the map bans and picks. Warden, what do we have?
Well, SKAER didn't want to play Combine and Summit, while THNTS, Apocalypse, and Agenda is going to be away. So we're going to be moving over towards Slums, where for the set of SKAER, I don't think we've seen them play Slums, not just yet, but for the set of THNTS, they won up against RTL, they lost against Elevate, but it wasn't too far apart. It was 213 to 250, and lost against TRT much more dramatically with 145 to 250. So, hey, it's definitely going to be a map I'm going to be eyeing out on SKAER for, and especially in regards to how much they can offer up against THNTS.
Okay, we're looking into like SKAER, looking to try to open things up where they would have an opportunity to play at the enemy's weakness. But even as you said it, right? I mean, the matches that THNTS lost on this Hardpoint Slums was pretty close. So if you're SKAER, you better come up with something that will look to try to take this map away from the hands of THNTS. Now, take a look at their operator skills here. Seems like we are going to be having almost the same exact operators. And that's the beauty of the game right now, right? You don't got any claw. It has been replaced by that ever-growing Tempest. It is an annihilator that's just on crack, right? I mean, after your charging speed is a little bit more faster than everything else, you also do get a chance to shut down players, and the players close to proximity with it. So I guess that's the reason why these teams have continued to play with it.
Yeah, same all equal, you know, operator skills run there, and it's just all going to come down to who's going to have the better run of investments. And, you know, just by looking at the map picks there, I think, you know, in some THNTS, they don't want to play no wider maps. And for the side of SKAER, they tried to avoid, you know, close range maps with Summit and Combine, but obviously Slum is still going to be out there in the open, which I think in some way on paper it seems like a small map, but at the same time you kind of have to need those ARs, you know, to control those lanes, especially on P3 and P2 and even P4 actually. So hey, it's all going to come down to this. Slums Hardpoint, Cali, talk me through this.
I mean, it's all about that P2, honestly, right? If you're playing on the bad side on this P1, which is on the left side of the map, you would immediately look to try to get your team that position onto P2 as we enter this map. If you're SKAER, you gotta have to make sure that your team is going to be in the right mindset that, hey, this is the last 10 seconds of this P1. Let's just try to focus on next. Same thing can be said for THNTS, right? It's all about the spawn manipulation. If you can anchor it down on P2 and get yourself that Mon Hill, you transition towards the P3 and P4 where it's all about the fountain spawn. That is how you're going to secure this game. So now we get started the Series 2 for day number 4 of Garena Masters. 9 starts now, and SKAER off to a great start, finding those first 3 kills.
Yeah, beautiful control here so far for the set of Tokyo. Going to be inside of the hill alongside next to 2 of his teammates, Chroma and Pickle, but hey, they do get washed away here momentarily as THNTS, they get the break right back, and they're looking to search here towards the right side of the map, next towards P2 to try to get the better spawns as they transition later on, probably on towards the next hard point. But for the time being, it's still a 50-50 fight. Slight lead here for the set of SKAER, but you lose traction now because of the map control. THNTS, they roll.
Last 26 seconds, and Scary still having the better angle at this. Do they even have the information that there is one guy from THNTS just playing through that P2, and they do get the shutdown. Taking bigger picture, they will have a couple of more players to hold it down on that P1. But when they do get shut down, they will look to try to not over expand and just put so many pressure on that P1 to avoid his spawn from flipping. Now here we go. This is the first real test for Scary. You gotta make sure that they get the plays inside of the point and win this first 5 engagements, which they do. Find the early fight with Tokyo and Chroma combining for 4 kills. That is the first step at winning this match, and unfortunately there's going to be more of this, right? They better be prepared.
Yeah, the next step here is finding the sustainability here on his P2 so far. Good for the first 15 seconds. But the THNTS, they're going to be going for a split push here, left to the right. Tunnels and double D. Mid still from the back, able to get one. Looks to find Mamra and Tarks afar. But it's going to be the THNTS able to get the break inside of the hill. But the Sparrow is going to be out here for the side of Tokyo. Should be enough to wash the players of the THNTS away as they fight for the last 30 seconds here inside of this hill.
I just want them a little bit more time to just stabilize the whole P2, and that's a potential money hill in the making here for Scary for taking bigger picture. And right now they've been looking pretty good. I mean, they're looking at Chroma with 11 eliminations, with Tokyo with 13, so they're really frying things out on this long and close range engagements, which is technically what you want to do, since a medium map like Slums require you to have those 2 engagements at a very balanced rate.
Now, both teams are going to be tied up now with the operators count. Tempest is going to be out here for the set of Mamra. Where are you at? Playing on the fridge side so far inside of the hill. They lose the players inside, but they find the kills in the process. They should be able to hop right back in and try to take on this precious time now. So far, going to be inside Redsky with a War Machine, able to get one. The Death Machine's going to be out as well here for the set of Tarks. And the THNTS back here on the momentum should be enough as well for them to take the lead right back. But there's going to be a 3-man push here from the front, able to get dealt with. Park's still going to be active here with the Death Machine, looking to get one. And it's going to be a pretty perfect start here for the set of the THNTS here on this P3.
Yeah, a lot of value that they just got from this operator, and Aurora's going to be frying out. 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills for Aurora. Building up a Predator missile and potentially a useful EMP system at the end of this tunnel. Still going in good. THNTS is able to bounce back from that massive loss they took in that P2.
Oh yeah, I know they're going to be up here by nearly 20 points, 18 to be exact. Pushing now here, going to be inside of the hill. Better spawns for the set of THNTS, but the players of Scary, they march into the hill much more quicker. Pushing through though, they lose the flow once again, but Chroma can come out huge here with a Tempest. Should be able to play the cut here from the back. Able to force the spawns to split out. And it's going to be Scary here, back in track inside the hill. But Mamra saves the very run, and they still sustain the very hill despite the fact that the THNTS is going to be spawning across his mid side on graveyards. Mamra inside, good dog for a force free, looking to get some more inside, finally gets taken down, but the damage has been done, and the THNTS still pretty much in control despite the fact that the number should be in favor for the side of Scary.
Mamra is going in demonic now. It's satanic. 25 kills already, and he's had a close guard and slowly pick things up on this last 2 hills. But they do get shut down on this P4. They're able to stabilize inside of the hill. Now for THNTS, I feel like, yes, you may have gone through and at least find yourself 15 to 20 seconds on this P4, but what you can do though is find yourself the better setup for this P1, where it was extremely back and forth, right? And even better, if you can think bigger picture, you try to get the second rotation in your side for that P2.
Yep, and it's looking to be that case here as Risky whips out the War Machine here, just closing out the right lane. P2 might just be the call here for them, as they're not having any problems at all here on this P1. Pretty's gonna fly through. Should be good for 2 elimination here with a Pretty, but the trophy cancels it out. And as we thought that it should be a full definition here for the side of the THNTS, Scary not doing too shabby, putting themselves inside of the hill.
I think that's the difference right now for Scary from last week's game, is that they're putting more bodies inside of the hill, and it's a little bit more faster. And when that, it's not only that, right? I mean, they're even also frying out right now, which is going to be nice for them to try to earn their way back into this map number 1. it's just going to be a single-digit lead. Again, you are fighting for the scrap time on this P1, but what you really want is a full 60 on the next hill. You don't have that any information at all, but you're trying to break things through the front, and Pickle making the best plays out of the moment, looking to try to flip the spawns, but he does get taken down, and it's all down to mids, stuck on an island. Right through enemy spawn, and Aurora gets to pick her up, and that is going to be the shutdown that THNTS needs for them to secure a huge cash on P2.
Oh, 6-3 for the side of Marmara on the feed with a Tempest. Cleared it out once again, just paving the way for the squad of THNTS. In the process, they get the full side definition here on this P2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Double man hit here from the back. Player 1 and 2, Tokyo and mids, trying to fight for the spawns. They do force out 3 players now, and it's going to be all going to come down to Aurora here to try to clear out the way for the squad as well. But Tokyo with a Sparrow whips it out, good for 2 elimination. And once again, Gary flips a spawn, looking to claim the remaining 20 to try to get the equalizer right back.
Yo, nice kills there for THNTS Aurora to try to snake her out. That kill, take it out, and that is going to be the last 12 seconds still contested. That is huge, because not only are they putting SKAER on the right side of the map, they also get a couple of guys already on early rotation, which they find so much value out of earlier. So now, it's all about converting this P2 to a P3. They need to chain it to grow that gap even further. And that is going to be the challenge now for SKAER. How are you going to do with all of this plays in your hand, starting off the back foot on this P3 for the last 2 hills? Are you going to be able to find a way to break through, or you're going to continue to pull away?
Oh my god, direct hits from the side of Secret there with a Sparrow, good for 3 elimination. But you look at Marmara already, Callie, 43 kills to his name. No one from anyone on this lobby even coming close with that one. Only Chroma with 32 though, but hey, team efforts wise, THNTS, they lose the fight at the latter part here on this P3, and it looks to prove to be enough for the side of SKAER to try to claim the remaining time here to maybe cut down the lead to just 20 as it closes it out, but more so over. Still gonna be a long way to go here for the side of SKAER is now. It's gonna be closing out. They do get the remaining 30 seconds here fully defined. THNTS, they're going to be early on the rotation here towards P4 as Starks able to get the crucial gunfight away, able to get one risky. The cavalry arrives, and now we get to see so far THNTS now going to be in track inside of the hill. SKAER know they have the better spawns.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky for Risky to try to utilize that War Machine to maybe take away the guys on Fountain. And they do find the takedown with Secret getting those 2 kills. And that is going to flip spawns, SKAER back at the graveyards as well as the rocks on the P1. And they're going to try to throw their operators in this hill as well to try to exchange hands, and they find success on it too. And it's just an even trade blows, but in this matchup, it's always been THNTS that has gotten that lead on this second hill rotation. And SKAER looking to just try to make sure that they get a little bit more chunk on this. Trying to get these guys right through the fountain, and all these people is trying to slam through graveyards. Tokyo with the Sparrow popping heads, and that is 2 kills before he's gone. And SKAER, just a 10-point lead that they need to try to get for them to get the lead this time around.
Oh, SKAER striving so hard to get this one right back. Only 2 more points, and once again, as we hit the reset back to P1, the equalizer is on. In fact, SKAER's now going to be here on the lead once more. THNTS on the early rotation. Aurora with an equalizer, sprays on by, finds Pickle, but not much opportunities here on the right-hand side. Still, though, THNTS in control. Once again, another lead change, looking to wrap around here. Aurora, another run of opportunities as she goes for the spray. This Sparrow's gonna be out as well here for the side of Secret. Freddy flies on by. THNTS still nearly just holding on to this very hill. Can they sustain? Looking to be the case as the first 30 seconds goes towards her name. SKAER tries to go for the spawns in the process of this very hill, but they're losing a lot of precious points here on this P1, Cali.
And every player that looks to try to play inside of the point does get shaken down to the ground, right? Marmara been really putting so much attack on this. 51 already reached for him. Pickle on his own skill spree. He gets taken down here for SKAER, but they do have the spawns for next, which is going to be huge for them to get back in this game. Now, do they do search Rex here? Still looking to try to get him out. There we go. That is going to be the shot that they need for them to secure a massive hold around the back, but they're there's one more contest about to happen, and that's from Risky coming through the long. Now for Pickle to not get any value out of this operator as well, that hurts their value a lot. And this hardpoint opened up with THNTS inside. They still have an equal that machine, and the war machine actually invested in here, and that's gonna fall everything into place for THNTS as they shut down the players to the front, winning the first engagement. And SKAER is not seen in the point for so much time, and THNTS only needs 3 more points to win this.
Yeah, no operators to be found here for the set of THNTS. If they want to hit this run from the front side, you're going to take a lot of coordination. Nades, War Machine flying on by for the set of SKAER. All across the feed has been prominently much more dominated by the set of SKAER. THNTS, though, just scrambling across the side of the hill. But now SKAER, in the process, they do enter the 200-point mark, and they're looking to clear this one out here as T2 closes it out. THNTS doesn't want to have to deal with any of that anymore. A foot race here on the speed 3. THNTS, they win it. SKAER, though, one more break, and it could be a comeback.
This is it. This is your attack of weakness, right? You've lost the last 2 P3s. If you're SKAER, you need this hill right now to get yourself the contest inside the game. THNTS needing only 3 wins, 3 points to win this game, and they hold on strong. But the break from Tokyo with those 2 Sparrow is enough for them to hold inside of the hill. Krola and the crew, those 2 players that look to infiltrate inside, get shut down by Risky, and that is game. THNTS takes it home, 250 to 222 on this P1, on this map number 1, and that is a massive win for them. The adjustments on that P2 Warden, when they had an early rotation and a second hardpoint rotation, that was enough for them to maintain, but to secure the lead, maintain it all throughout the game.
Yeah, look to have a better look there for the set of SKAER, comparing it to how it went down last week with them up against the same squad of THNTS. I mean, it ended off on a 250 to 198 note, but this time they came closer, and fortunate that they were able to close out the remaining players, and just better recovery from the side of THNTS overall when they lost the pressure inside of that P3. But hey, still valiant efforts from them, but glory to THNTS, especially to Mamra, as he was able to carry the squad, especially when it comes to eliminations, Cali.
I don't think it can be said enough that Mamra is clearly one of the standouts this year, along with Jai. Mamra is scoring 43.2 hardpoint kills this season, and we did not even have this kind of performance from him back when they had what I would say is a former roster in THNTS, right? This guy is having a breakout year along with Jai, and I think it's best that this dude just parted ways, because with Mamra in it to win it, he's playing more of a Yopi and PJ kind of role with this THNTS squad, and you'll love to see guys like him frag out.
You know, and it's nice, you know, I'm not going to say like Jai was taking all the spotlight, but he definitely was. Jai out of the picture, and you have Mamra now here just, you know, shining and showing what he's truly fully capable of. And there's just a lot more opportunities for the side of Mamra now. And you shout out to Margox, by the way. Obviously, you need to, if you can't mention Mamra without the Margox buff. But we're so over. And by the way, Margox is actually playing for SKAER, so I kind of wish we get to see the Kalo x Aurora action here happening on this matchup. But you know, I was able to dabble on with the live stream with Sebio, and they were encouraging Margox to play, but she said, "Nah, I don't want to play. Not now, not yet. Maybe on stage 4."
Oh yeah, maybe on stage 4 grand finals, where we would see a THNTS get in there, right? I'm just messing with you, but that could be said. But we took a look at our MVP here for this map number 1, and it is going to be no other than the GOAT himself, Mamra, with 57 kills, 45 deaths, and the Tempest in his hands. You just know that it's just fast, and every time he brings it out, there's so much value out of it, and it's always a kill spree that he comes out with that Tempest, and it's just nice for him to be able to shine where we thought that THNTS is already done for. With Jai not in the picture, here he is showing up, getting the team that required, you know, MVP, that consistent fragger on this team.
Yeah, I mean, ever since last week, this guy has been, you know, a provision for the squad of THNTS, and with a Tempest in hand, my guy was able to go on a 6-3 at some point. And it goes to show how much work he has been able to put in his own craft here as we move along. 220 to 250 once again. It was a pretty close game. 203 kills for the side of SKAER, 219 for the side of THNTS. kill time doesn't really
Where is
get
he?
too separated as well. It was pretty close, man.
Yeah, both of these two squads are really scintillating inside. I mean, and it can't be said enough that both of these guys play similarly with the way that they play it in the Hardpoint, right? All 5 man always stacking and always putting so much pressure in it. But what really lacked here for SKAER was the opportunity to adapt, right? We know for sure the first 2 hill rotations that P3 was a nightmare for them because they always get a value out of that P2, but they could not secure even the best spawn possible for P3. And it just was the problem for them that they could not really solve until the very end. THNTS did a pretty great job with Momra leading the pack, scoring 57 kills, and Aurora's, I believe that equalizer was just really the difference maker in here as well, because when it was used, it was always getting a lot of cut-off, and those cut-offs means those players will spawn away from the hill where you are holding, and that's what happened on that P2 second hill. That was the difference, and the ability for them to turn that to a 1 hill and change it into a win. They just took care of it, but that's all over. That's said and done, Warden. We'll take a look at Search and Destroy, and we are heading into a firing range.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see this last week. It went down to an overtime between UC Squad and Firing Range Search and Destroy. And I mean, that was the only data that they were able to put up there. I mean, for the set of SKAER, they have played 2 Firing Range as well. They haven't really prospered up against Elevate and THNTS, so it's not really looking good here for the set of SKAER on paper. But obviously, you know, you open the same map that you lost out on, probably expecting a bit of a recovery or probably some revisions that has happened here for the set of SKAER, but the THNTS, they're not too phased about it. They're pretty comfortable playing the same map. Let's see if we can see the same or a different result.
I'm thinking, because I feel like firing range, you think about it, that's THNTS' best map. I mean, they even took down SDE on the first day of Garena Masters 9 on this map. 7-2 was the scoreline. And if you try to take a look at SKAER and compare what they have done in firing range so far, they took 2 losses up against THNTS as well as Elevate. So it does not look promising for them, but what they can do is just try to review and look to try to change things up today, because stats from the past can only do so much. It's mostly on the present. So far, the present is pretty doable, but not for long as Rex takes down Tokyo.
Ooh, now in a 1v2 situation. Sebio here with Sniper. Been pretty impactful with it, but a double chow will be offered by a set of Tarks and Secret. And that's gonna be the first round here for the set of the THNTS. I mean, quick break on its side, but a quick recovery as well for the set of the THNTS.
The timing for these players to just team up and get the kill, even if one guy gets taken down, is insane, right? Their trade, they really trust each other's back. And for a team that only had a couple of moments and only had a couple of time to get in the mix, right? That chemistry is looking pretty good for THNTS, but look at that response for SKAER. Looking pretty immense as they find those 3 guys out of the way. They get the bomb plant down at the A side, with only Sigurd and Risky on the other side. Looking to try to play a retake.
2v5 situation here. Sigurd and Risky. Risky still hasn't found any frag snatches yet. Sigurd, on the contrary, here just going to be looking over this mid killer cross. It's going to be out. Going to be a pretty tough retake. It's not really looking through the favor. Chroma spots the cross. Secret able to get the refrag, looking to get the double there. A bit of slide shot happening now, but Sebio with a sniper shuts him away. And it's going to be a pretty nice, clean respawn here for the set of SKAER.
And that long A, even though they lost that first round, they just continue to head their way, blitzing and just slamming fully that A site. They find so much value out of it, and they're going to do it one more time. Smoking that mid-map, cannot find any first blood, even an information at the trailer side. But hey, here we go. This is it. You tried to slam it for the 3rd time, and you tickle the bear. You don't expect, and you should expect that it's gonna poke back.
Yep. And that's gonna be Risky shutting it down. Well, clean as it is, fabulous as Gaston. Just like that now. Able to get it back. 2 for 1 we go.
Quick.
Yeah, really
I
quick.
just took a sip. I took a sip of my coffee and I was like, "Hey, hold on. Why is it done already?" I mean, that's THNTS for you. The adjustments are going to be fast.
Uh-oh, big push, B-side, risky with an MG42, but mid shuts him away. Tokyo with a frag, finds secret now. Aurora's gonna be all alone, gets overwhelmed. Tokyo with a double. Now it's gonna be Momra and Tarks. Here, a 2-5 run, one guy wrapped around it. This is gonna be Sebio. You're able to get a read, sprays on. Not a problem for them, but it is still gonna be a 2v4. The bomb planted now. Not really the best of odds here, but you still have Momra alive. And Tarks can definitely pop off, but you look at the way that SKAER is playing to search and destroy. Really great passively, just holding their angles down. Pickle gets spotted one, swings on. Momra gets mids, looks to get a double here up against Pickle.
What?
But Tarks from the back able to get a one once again. Now, 2v1 situation. Tarks gets taken down by
Who knows?
Tokyo pushes through, but the angle is a bit too tight for him. Great responding for instead of SKAER. Near call though. But hey, 2 for 2. The equalizer's on.
That was great. He was jumping to take the guy down at the B box. And that takes skills. And the timing is just unreal there. But SKAER again, winning that round. They had a great numbers advantage. And this time, after playing that one aggressive for the first 4, they're looking to try to go in massive on this B side. And it's all down to Rex to maybe hit a shot. Information compromise. And it's the first to go down. SKAER overwhelming the B side. And again, Tarks needs to find a kill, and he does find one, but he is the only guy remaining. 16 quick seconds to take down the guys over at B. Impressive there for SKAER.
Yeah, pretty quick there. And I think at this point in time, THNTS should try to probably solidify that B7, but at the same time, it also could just lean towards, getting the proper read. Knowing how SKAER goes for the B-side 3 in a row. But the bomb is headed towards the direction once again. Risky sprays on, finds Tokyo. Chroma with the trade, backs away. Bomb is dropped there, but look at player 2. Momra extended now, good for 1 elimination. Able to come out with his life. Still looking for some more though.
Bruh.
Is this a bit too greedy now? But I don't think the players of SKAER knows. He still wants to go for it here, Cali.
I mean, unless someone checks the flank, which is not possible right now for SKAER. Well, Momra is in deep behind enemy lines, but Sebio with the flick. That is going to be huge. SKAER now has the number advantage, and they have cleared out the A side. They've cleared out the wood building, and all that's left is for them to plant this. But the nade from Rax just takes down Chroma, making this a 2v2 situation.
Pickle. Not gonna be the player. Let me find secret away. It's gonna be a 1v2 we go. Aurora. All hail our queen. Gonna pick up that MG42 as well. I was gonna be flatted. The information is relayed. This shouldn't be a problem for a set of SKAER, but we all know the individual prowess of Aurora. And she gotta know it's gonna be an open plan for the set of SKAER, playing this one pretty far on towards spawn. Aurora has the guns. But if I was in this case, I'd hope to have a sniper. All because of the heady that Sebi is holding on to. And it's an open plant. It shouldn't be a problem here for the side of SKAER. And no, it won't be that case. 2-4 now. Double round lead for the side of SKAER.
That is just insane. I mean, that's a nice adjustment that you're talking about here for SKAER, because again, this is a team that you're going up against that took down a team like STE. Right, and a team that took you down in the same map a couple of days ago, and here you are having the lead on the half. Now on the defensive side, it gets trickier as you just stay down and play mostly retakes if you did not guess the bomb side right. And this is gonna be the problem here for SKAER, as they put so much intent on just defending the A side. They're gonna have to force a couple of guys to leak out and float around this. And it's just getting picked apart, one by one.
SKAER's able to get the first. Tarks gets the second. Shots after shots to go. THNTS quite hungry to get this round away. And Chroma got sound secret now. It is going to be a 2v4 still. Sebio and Chroma all alone here for the set of SKAER. The nade's going to fly by. No connections there on boxes. Going to push here from the side of THNTS, though pretty aggressive on this retake. This Chroma, check it out though. Or it's gonna be down on the left side. Mamra on the right. Beautiful nade first side of Sabio, but THNTS finds Sabio as well. Trade after trades they go, and Chroma tries to get the shots to connect. But even himself doesn't really connect inside of the game. It is now gonna be here. THNTS back on the round, and will be able to lower down the lead to just 1.
And what's more impressive here is that even though THNTS is behind, right, with Aurora having only 0 kills here, they're still able to put up so much presence with their sniper. THNTS and Secret, that's 14 kills with the sniper combined, and looking for the first player is Rex. On a Secret now, still slowing down on the mid-map, trying to put a little bit more information. Misinformation specifically for SKAER that, hey, they're going to be on the mid-map. We need to try to look for that lurk, but anything really, that's not what it looks like right now, as it's pretty much clear for mid's POV. There's no guys beyond this area on the map.
Aurora still hasn't found her first skill yet, and obviously, you know, when you have a pretty promising paper on paper like Aurora, you kind of expect her to get this lace, but it doesn't really happen. But fortunately, THNTS, Mamra, and Secret backs it up with 7 kills apiece. Now we go over towards a retake now. Gonna be a pretty heavy push here on his barrel side. Mid's gonna be supporting the long range fights with the sniper, but Sabio finds Risky away on this flank now. Pickle pushing true inside of the side. Double challenge for SKAER.
Oh, man.
Chroma and Pickle. Total collapses on. Chroma finds another. Secret's now gonna be
No way.
alone, but unfortunately couldn't get the shot on mids. And it's gonna be SKAER back on track, finding the momentum once again, and will be able to bring back the double round lead.
It's just crazy that THNTS, you had the post plant set up, and why is Risky overextending at the B side? Right? I mean, I know you want to play for a lurk, but the main difference here is that you're the one trailing behind, and you cannot afford to lose a couple of guys knowing that SKAER looks to try to throw their bodies around the map with no regards to human life.
That's deep. It's pretty deep statement there, Callie. Human left they go. Same goes for a set of Risky. Sabio finds a nade to connect. And once again, THNTS, they're just having a hard time now entering inside of the side. One by one they push, and one by one they go down. All in shambles. Once more, Aurora and Secret gonna be left on the dust to go for the clutch. SKAER has been really dominant on defense here on the search and destroy. And it's not looking to change at all. They have the numbers advantage, but look at this, Callie. They're just playing this one so disciplinedly, just waiting for the last 2 players of THNTS to push by.
Yeah, they know that they're at the advantage here. Need to wait things out, and the longer that THNTS takes this, the more that they're going to second guess the way they play. And there we go. Pickle takes down Secret, and that is going to secure them game point on this map. 1 away from forcing a map number 3.
You know, one thing so different that the THNTS is offering, comparing it to last week's run, is that they play this one too passively. What happened to the THNTS? They can just surge into the site just like this, and then clear it out, play the post-plan retake, don't lurk around, play your numbers and get the trades. It's exactly where you shine. And finally, they do it now. They should have the plant here anytime soon enough, and it's going to be a 5v5 retake. They should have this round if they can just get the reads once again and play your angles right as THNTS finds mids. The retake continues, Callie, to 4v5.
Just gotta secure the back. Chroma, does he find this nade? Cut out Risky. That is 2 kills right away for SKAER. Marram needs to win this, and he does get the shot down on those 2 guys holding down barrels, and Chroma left nothing to do but to go down on the flank. THNTS survives another round. 2 more to go.
They should have done this way earlier ago. But now finally they do. Question is, can they finally build it up now here? SKAER looks to go for the counter. Gonna go for a 4-1 split once again. Sprays on. Pickle finds the first. The PKM is out. Bloodlust reaping off the lives of THNTS. Mids on the feed with a sniper. Finds Secret away. And once again, SKAER showing how wonderful they can be on the search and destroy firing range. Lovely readjustments. Should be the last and final round. Not unless Mamra can take the spotlight once again, but Tokyo denies. SKAER, they force a game number 3.
That's just insane. If you try to take a look at that game, Warden, most of the rounds that SKAER won, it was all blitz. fast rounds they had to go through in a 4-2 split on the attack side before we move on to their defense to secure them so much momentum, and that allowed us a map number 3 on this game.
Oof, 1 for 1. I love to see it. You love to see a prolonged game, and I mean, even just regarding the results and how it happened on the first week, on paper, SKAER and THNTS just looks to be that equal squad and all. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys missed out on the action, which SKAER was able to put up such a great run on the defensive side on Fire Range Search and Destroy, let's run into highlights. With all of that being said, we move over towards our game number 3 here with Scary Tokyo just popping off here, hailing from the skies, definitely with 13 kills, 7 deaths, and a 1.86 KDA.
That totally hitting one for the sky, man. I mean, you would really expect Tokyo to be one of the better players out of Scary, and he just proved it here today on this matchup. Now, it looks like it is, you know, a little bit more of a different approach that they did compared to last time that they met THNTS on the firing range map. So there was definitely adjustments that they were able to make and create plays for themselves. More importantly, the opposing sniper was doing a hell of a job just skipping up with the first bloods, but Scary held their own, and Tokyo was a big part of it.
Oh, definitely, man. I mean, in what team and what season do you ever get to see Tokyo slack off? Never really. I mean, he always gets his job done, and more so over, he's just one of those players that, you know, you can truly just rely on overall. Moving over now towards our head-to-head here, Cali, a big lead here first out of Scary with elimination 43 comparison to 32 here up against the THNTS. The score line says it all as well, 5,120 to 4,889, and obviously 7-4 run here. And with that all concluded, once again, man, we're heading straight towards the game number 3. If you are, you know, the THNTS or any of these teams, what map would you force out or up against each other?
I mean, definitely not going to be Raid if you're THNTS. Not going to be Crossfire if you're Scary. I feel like Takeoff is going to be the best map that they look to try to play against each other. But it will really all depend on who's going to have the defensive side, because of how easy it is to score wins on the defensive side. Oh, they play
Ooh.
raid? Interesting, because here's the thing, Warden. Scary, they banned out Crossfire because that's a map that they lost up against a team that they played last week, and that's up against TRT. On the flip side for THNTS, they banned out Takeoff, which is a map that they haven't played so far. Instead, choose to play Raid, which is a map that they played up against Stalwart Esports, where they lost 1 point to 3.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's just all gonna come down to readjustments once again. After all, you know, coming from the first to the second week, we do have a week of a break. A lot of weeks there, Kelly. And you move over now towards the operator skills. Annihilator is gonna be out here for a set of Sebio and Secret, but the rest of the composition here looks to be pretty much the same. All eyes on the equalizer here for the set of Aurora and for the set of Scary, but now we move over towards the game itself and start things off here on the defensive side. For the set of Scary, offense they go for the set of THNTS, and they try to go for the B push, but they lose the life count.
Okay, here we go. That's going to be a pretty good start. If you're on the defensive side, you try to clear out the B side. Now THNTS still playing good. Honestly, looking to play out on the mid map, which is exactly how you try to play Raid. You gain mid map access, you control the opportunities to play the B and the A side as the attacker, and they've completely shut things down so far. Scary, not really stable in terms of playing that map so far, and Mamra's feeding, going on a frenzy on this early situation, and Mamra finally does get sorted out. Scary, that's a pretty good defense on the B side.
Yeah, I think the key way here for the set of Scary is that you have to find out what lane Mamra is occupying, because you really can't afford to give as much space as just like that, and how it happened on the first initial strike of this round. So far, THNTS, they get the raid, and now they are able to get the first initial tick of progress here on an A control point. Gonna be a split push here for the set of Scary. One on kitchen, one on the court side, one on the bedroom, and so far the bulk of the kills has been 50-50. One more to go, but from the back, Aurora hails, and it is gonna be THNTS just convincingly able to get the capture here on his A control point. One more tick of progress for the time extension, Cali.
Yeah, and again, just loving the opportunity there to just pause the clock, because you only got 30 seconds remaining, and another feed for Mamra to just play out that ace side, just hold it, prone it. Once a couple of players has entered his face, he just completely shot things down, and there we go. That is going to be the ace side captured. It's a minute added to the clock. Now THNTS, they have a situation here where they have an opportunity to try to bust this thing wide open towards the CT spawn. And in this case, this might just be the way that they can plan things up, because if you can bully out the laundry side, you're going to spawn those opposing defenders over at the basketball court. And it starts here with Aurora finding the kill onto Pickle. Next guy that they have to take down is going to be Pickle. A couple of backups coming through. They can play for these exit kills, but I don't think they got them information enough for them to win this.
Oh, really good punish there from the set of Risky. Out away with a Tempest. No, Prone's down, able to get Risky away. And it's gonna be 13-7 here. Really great intentions for the set of THNTS, but they can't seem to win their gunfights. 27 seconds left on the clock, and they're not even coming close towards the control point. Not just yet. Coming through mid, still playing for his life. Rotates out. Gallery looks to prove to get another shot to connect up with Mamra, but Pickle, no, Risky shots one down. Aurora and Mamra on the feed. More seconds to go here before the round closes it out, but they do get an opener now. Pushing in, play to headaches, play to life. Still doable here for a set of THNTS. They just have to win their gunfights, but no, Scary overwhelming them. And it's just gonna be Mamra all alone here in a 1v4 situation. Has a hunter killer drone to play on by, but Sebio from the back, able to get the kill. Scary, able to win, but only by a thread.
Only by a thread, and that's because of Chroma and Sebio just playing around the pillars. That pillars was enough for them to just shut down THNTS, who's just looking at the laundry side, and that pinch play looking pretty good, and that allowed them to take that win easy on the last round. Now this time they're going to be on the attack side. It's a fast time over B, and that's 3 guys that they need to try to fend off in order for them to survive this first wave. And they do get Pickle actually on the laundry side. Do they have information? Yes, they do. Risky gets the illumination that they need, and there it goes. THNTS is able to flush down the first wave, but Scary pretty quick on their toes to put themselves back at B.
Yeah, it looks to be much more better pressure for the Scary on his B control point. He got the Annihilator and the Sparrow out. Tokyo's going to be extending to create the space. Find Risky up across, but can't hit the ball to connect. Fabio's still going to be inside the control point, but the pinch push will be offered by the side of Thanatos. As I thought, it was a good play for the side of for the side of Scary on the B control point. Lovely retake from the side of Thanatos in 3 lanes. And now it's going to be them pushing up now. Even try to go and hurdle more lives away from the side of Scary. Secret is out with Annihilator, but only good for 1. Good shutdown. If you're Thanatos, do you question? Do you still want to go for the push on the B control point or just want to let it go?
I mean, they look like they're trying to make the push here one more time to play for exit kills, and I think that is going to be essential. If they do get the clear out, they can filter out the spawns, and they do get the kills needed on the B side. They can extend out towards driveway. But again, all of the push that's being done by Scary is just so quick. Over at bottom, and Mamra, only guy holding it on, and put him on the mixer. 4 eliminations before going down, and Scary down to their last 5 kills, last 5 lives, even before we knew it. Scary, this one is in the books. Thanatos is gonna take this one home. The defense at B clearly wasn't enough for them to filter the spawns of Scary here at bottom.
And now if you are on the side of Thanatos, just try to stall out the time. Fill up your operators once again. Aurora Mamra Tarsh has their ops well ready. It's just going to be Secret and Risky. Wondering what the progress is looking out here for them. They know exactly where Sebio is at. And he's just trying to delay, just trying to make the push here. Get the first stick of progress said and done. Could this bite down the players of Thanatos? I mean, the odds are slim to none. He's going to get cooked there. Throws it down. One guy from the back here looking to look around, and yep, the second time of progress gets the capture. That's going to be a call for the side of Thanatos to close it out. Risky up front, shuts him away. Thanatos now here officially able to win round number 2.
That's definitely what they need right now, right? If you're Thanatos. Now the problem here is the way that you put your team on your attack side. They need to find a way to maintain mid-map and also get a capture on early, because that's where they kind of lost out. But look at the operators coming through right now, and the value so far is going to be favoring Mamra as he finds a double on the mid-map, and they clear out B, so that should signal for these players to come through and get the capture early. But now with Scary having a couple of guys holding down mid and another guy on Laundry's side, so this is going to be a quick flush for Tokyo. If he does get the information, the spray down is there. He knows that the players are going to be inside ring, but all of them fall in the hands of Aurora, who finds a double and now ready to extend out with that equalizer.
And beautiful hold as well here for the set of Risky so far on the mid-map. Good for 1 elimination with a trade for the set of Chroma. Grants him that extension lane. If ever he does this go forward to push out towards Zeg. Mid-map control is not a question for the set of Scary, but they lose the players inside of the B control point, granting the time extension now here for the side of Thanatos. So far, it's a reset. Resources wise, Pickle has his operator skill. Failed for the side of Thanatos. Risky with a War Machine. Able to get 1 there, but that should be the War Machine depleted away. And it's going to be Thanatos empty-handed as they go for the push here on a control point.
Yeah, still a 50-50 game, but Scary definitely has a better map advantage here as they control all 3 lanes. Thanatos are going to be funneled down to only 1 lane, and that's through bottom of these apartments, and it's not looking good for them. Not until they do find those guys just trying to play cutoff around their base. And once the shutdown is clean, just only need to worry about finding the other 4 guys right now. And you just saw that there's only 1 guy at Zigzag, and Aurora is able to clean that off. 1 more above you, and that's going to be it. That is going to be the clean that they need. They got Kitchen's control. This is way better than they had. But the nade from Chroma stops Aurora and Mamra's push at the Kitchen. And Scary maintains the lead advantage on the live. And they got 3 operators to hunt down the remaining Thanatos teams. The Thanatos players remaining on this map.
3 operators going to be invested in here. Invested by the side of Scary. So they got to make sure that they got to win this round. They're to get the roll of investments right back now. No more lives remaining for the set of Thanatos. And it's just all going to come down to this. Can we see a player pop off here for the set of Thanatos? We're getting Scary closest one out here Double the lives, 10-5. Gonna be a hard call here for THNTS. Double man hit here from the front side. Pickle doesn't decide to swing. THNTS now here gonna go for a coordinated push here up the front side of the control point, but they lose the bulk of the kills, and it's gonna be scary now here on match point.
Yeah, scary. They can smell to win. They can start licking their lips, but the problem is scary is on the attack side. They need to do better the last time they played this. And it starts with Tokyo and Mids. They got two operators, right? I mean, Mids has that War Machine, Tokyo has got that Sparrow, and they need to find good value out of this. And they decide to bring the Sparrow out quick. And Chroma, oh, he dancing on him, and he gets the flick onto Risky, but the B side definitely looking pretty good for Scary as they do get a one segment in. They still want to play for more space, which is going to be nice, but you're getting too greedy with this. And in fact, you might be punished if you try to do too much at the same time.
Oh, the Tempest falls out. Not much impact to be said. Annihilator, same call as well. Both Secret and Tarks are not really providing the numbers needed for those operator skills. Has to rely on Aurora and Mama to get those slays out. And so far, second thing of progress on a B control point. Well done and dusted. Should be a nearly an easy capture here for the side of Scary. And this is not looking too good here for the side of THNTS. Yes, you're up with the numbers, but at the same time, it's not too far apart. 20-22. Scary. One more big push is all that they need to run out this round.
All right, Tokyo and the crew, this is a big opportunity for you to make a play right through the laundry side. This is definitely what you need to have. But you're just getting flushed down by Aurora. 2 kills to just shut those guys down. And look at where THNTS is. Right at the enemy spawns. They got a couple of operators to help them try to take this one away. 16v19. And one guy just looking out left, and that's Tokyo for Scary. And he is not getting flushed out. That means problem right now for THNTS. But they can even throw away lives there because the spawn trap is insane, and they have cut down the lives of Scary down to 9. THNTS looking to try to force around number 5. An overtime it is in the bag if they secure the next wave of the map's control that they have here.
Yeah, Scary gonna be pulling out here. A little bit THNTS as well. 4-man hit here, 3-man hit as well on the kitchen side. Able to get one. Fade after trade. Secret able to get a shot on Sebio as well. Finds Tokyo in the process of the midst of that. Making a triple for Secret. And it's still on. Shutting down the players of Scary and definitely Cali. Looks to be a provision on this round number 5. And it's just all going to come down to the last 4 frags. Mamra takes away Sebio. Chroma takes Mamra away. Tokyo finds Aurora. Fade after trades. But if you are on Scary's side and you can't afford to play trades, someone has to come out huge here. And unfortunately for them, they get sent down here away from this round number 4. We get to see a round 5 here, Cali.
Oh man, who's on the defensive side? That's going to be Scary. So that is already a plus advantage for Scary to win this map right here. Start on the defense where you've won 2 of your rounds in this control raid. But Risky has something to say, and that is the War Machine early on the get-go, finding that kill through the front. Then Tokyo's gonna fall down in the hands of Tarks. So an early opening break made by THNTS on the B side. 1 segment done. They just need to take care of flank where Pickle is gonna pinch them.
On the pinch it goes. Finds Secret. Able to get the kill, cancels out the capture. Now finds Risky up across. Able to get the shots to connect. 1 more to go. Tarks gets taken away. Lovely retake for Pickle. Mano and mano single-handedly just shutting down the players, but unfortunately a premature investment on the net machine costs his life. And it's going to be THNTS back on track here to go and continue to capture here on his B control point.
Yeah, 2 segments done. Scary just needs to get this one out of the way. Right, just give it up. Just play for map positioning, play for exit kills. And every kill that goes by here for Scary is gonna get trapped right at the enemy spawn, so that should be nice. But this poses risk because you are currently losing your platform, your baseline around the map, which is right through your city spawn. THNTS are trying to break through front, and Sebio needs to shut this one down should they want to take this win.
17-17, all lives all equal. Sebio pushes on, but Tarks able to lurk around. Secret is out with an Annihilator. Has to hit your shot. Finds Pickle, but the trade is on for the side of Chroma. 14-16. 3 operators going to be available here for the set of SKAER. They should go for the investment any moment in time now. Mamra is out with a Tempest, the only player with an operator skill to try to make the play. Annihilator is going to be out here for the set of Sebio. Mamra lurks on the backside of court side. And now THNTS going to try to go for the entry now here on his A control point. They push back the players of SKAER. This might just be a game for the side of THNTS.
Oh man, this is not good. Pickle again with the pinch falls down in the hands of Mamra. There's still a guy holding down the contest at the A site, but they get to clear it out. SKAER still alive in this match. 9v12 on the scoreline on the feed. Is going to be your boy Risky getting the kill onto mids to open up the kitchen. And THNTS might just be able to take their first attack win, and in fact, the much needed attack win for them to take this series away in the hands of SKAER. Down by 6 lives left. SKAER decides to fight back, and they win the trade with Tokyo getting the win with the Sparrow. A 5v4, a search and destroy. And SKAER finally take this one away and win against THNTS in the group stage.
Oh my god. Recovery for the set of SKAER. Just seemed to work out. Chroma with a Tempest. Will not get any value out of this, but maybe he might just be able to get it done. Double man hit here from the back. Arcs and Aurora has to come out huge here. Does Chroma get the read? Nate is out. Timing sufficient for the set of Aurora.
Ooh.
Able to get one now.
Ooh.
Secret finds one as well. 3v3 to go. Pickle from the flank. Should be able to go for a spray down. Good for 1, good for 2. Pickle makes the play. Secret all alone. Inside of the control point. Wraps around. No more time. Web has to play an objective. But Pickle from the top side clears it out. SKAER wins the series.
Man, SKAER. Yeah, finally taking their first series away against THNTS, man. The last time that they played, they got swept 0-2. This time, earning it the hard way, a 2-1 scoreline, winning the search and destroy and the control, a reverse sweep in the board, and you'll happily take that to increase your odds of advancing to the playoffs, where only 4 teams remain standing. SKAER with the help of Tokyo and Sebio, and Pickle's relentless pinch plays that allowed them to win that round number 5. Beautiful plays coming through for SKAER. They had to get it done the hard way, and they succeeded in winning this one up against a juggernaut in THNTS.
Yeah, I mean, just fabulous efforts here overall from the set of SKAER. And as we thought that the last round was leaning towards THNTS, they were able to get the next 3 eliminations to their side and just win the bulk of the trades. And that's exactly the name of the game of Call of Duty Mobile. You know, you'd have to play those trades right, and the rest can just come towards your side. SKAER really are looking to be a much more promising squad now, especially with this victory up against THNTS. Minor patchups here on Hardpoint. You know, it could really be a pretty strong squad, but moving over now, get to see. You guys miss out the action. Let's roll into highlights. What a series and what a turnaround here for set of SKAER. Definitely such a great start for them here on this week 2, and led by the squad, leading the squad is gonna be Chroma here with 37 kills, 32 deaths, and a 1.16 KDA.
I would have not noticed Chroma popping off, right? If not for that round 5 where I saw him with 30 kills, and that THNTS really was huge for them at the end. And Chroma definitely is a player that has been here for a couple of times now, has appeared in multiple Garena Masters, and it's been pretty okay in terms of playing Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. But just, again, from what we've had towards today, it's not really the player that you would think would shine as a control player, but here today he is gonna take it home with a 1.16 KT. Last time that he played, he only had 14 kills and 19 deaths. That's a 0.74, so it was pretty terrible. But as we take a look at our post-match head-to-head and see what just had happened in this game, it was just the eliminations at the end that paved the way for SKAER to win this game. THNTS definitely looked to try to push ahead at that round number 5, but there was just a couple of missing plays that was just really hurting them badly, Warden. And I think I need you to agree with me on this, that the B side, where there was only one guy holding instead of 2 or 3 players to finally get it over with, was the problem. They were focusing more on intercepting than playing the objective, and that has allowed SKAER to take matters into their own hands. And you have your series MVP. It's Chroma with 96 total kills, 31 average death, 2.652 average score, and a 1.10 KDA ratio in the entirety of this 3 maps that we had this series.
I mean, it goes to show on paper, we got to see the results of the head-to-head. No rounds was won over by the objectives. It was just all about slaying, and obviously when you lose on the slaying department, sometimes you got to make up for the lossage of those eliminations and try to probably play up the objective. And that's something that kind of like really bit down the THNTS, as they were kind of heavily reliant on those slaying capabilities, and clearly it didn't work out, bro.
It just did not. It just did not, right? And THNTS, again, you would think that they would be the ones winning that firing range, but SKAER just had a different matter here today, right? There was adjustments that they were able to create, and that paved the way for them to win this. And a beautiful way for us to tell that this is definitely one of the most competitive Garena Master season that we've had. This is the echoes of the champions, and clearly the 6 teams, they played tooth to nail so far. And as SKAER and THNTS, this is definitely a rivalry in the making, and there's more to come in the coming events ahead.
And not only that, man, I mean, we're looking to toss up the players of both THNTS and SKAER here. Actually, for the set of SKAER, they have one of the core players from the set of THNTS, which is Sebio and Pickle, and clearly it kind of bit them down. I mean, Sebio had a big standout as well in some certain rounds. Same goes for the set of Pickle. But hey, with that being said, this is Garena Masters 9, Echo to the Champions. We're gonna be heading straight towards our 3rd matchup for today. After this short break, we'll be right back. And we are back for more action here on the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions. It is RTL Prestige up against the Red Rebellion Elevate.
Yeah, man, and this is going to be nice because Elevate, they're going to be back with their buff. And I just don't know what to say. Elevate's been at the top for so long now. 6 championships that they've won so far, and it just continues to go longer. And I feel like at this point, right, they continue to set the pace in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, everything has been red here for a set of the Red Rebellion Elevate. I mean, they've been pretty promising, really promising, not just in their local region, but more so over in their whole run internationally, Cali. I mean, World Championship, local tournaments, international tournaments, Southeast Asia tournaments, it doesn't matter. But looking at the prediction here, Cali, I go for Elevate, you go for RTL Prestige. Why is that, bro?
Because I love red, man. They have better red. Elevate's got only one red. Every Prestige is everything red. And I just see red right now. I'm just messing with you. But, I mean, you know, we would know Elevate is going to be the clear winner. And Prestige, you know, they've had their moments. And they're the least experienced team right here. Versus the most experienced team in the world right now. So, all hearts to PSG. I just want them to do their best, and I just want them to know that everything that will be happening in this group stage is a learning pace for them, and it should not break them. In fact, it should motivate them to do even more, because they battled through the group stage for so many times, and they came out on top. And to qualify here is already an achievement, Warden. Only the 6 best teams gets to play in the group stage.
And we move over towards our map views here. RTL Prestige, they take away Apocalypse and Ascenda, which is a very safe bet. Elevate down, banning Summit. I mean, it doesn't really matter what they ban at this point. I mean, we don't really see any loopholes in how to take down a squad like Elevate. And for the longest time, I think they've been banning Combine here in every single day coming from the last 4 days of the run here for you know, Combine. They don't really want to play that map, not just yet, maybe reserving it for a better time. But for the time being, we'll take a look at the players here. It is going to be the same. Oh, what? Actually, never mind. Jericho is going to be subbed in here for the set of RTL. That's going to be a first here, Cali, and we're not going to be seeing Shaban play.
Oh, that's going to be rough, because Shaban was a great sniper player, right? Very renowned for his stint here in PSG right now. Pacify, I guess, and Furyk, they need to really step things up when the Search and Destroy later on. But on Hardpoint, where even the best teams had played Elevate, has really struggled, right? So right now, the question is not the opponent, right? But how can you challenge your team to score a lot more points than what they had right now?
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And so far, I mean, we've been seeing Shaban shine for the side of RTL. I mean, if you want to rely on those players to get the War Machine and you know, locked and loaded, you know, it's definitely Shaban. It's just one of those players that can really, you know, rock the boat. But anyways, looking like we are transitioning into the game itself once again. It is going to be Slums Hardpoint here. On paper, this should be a game here for the side of Elevate, but at the same time, you know, we got to see Elevate somewhat bleed in this map, especially up against a team like the Natos. It went down to what, a 213 to 250 score line, or it could be even more. But regardless, it's not impossible to take down Elevate, but at the same time, stats wise, they've been 100% flawless for the longest time here, Cali. So let's get it on. RTL Prestige, Elevate, Red Rebellion, about to have a tussle here on the P1.
And the thing with Elevate, right, and Coach Olea, is that no matter if you're winning or not, they're always going to find something wrong in their game, and you know, they strive to make everything perfect in Hardpoint, and that has been their main weapon all throughout the 6 months that they've played, right through the World Championship stage and Arena Masters season. They've always find so much success in terms of playing this Hardpoint, and it's because their achievement to try to perfect things, and that just really transcended this team to become good to great. And Elevate starting this one off pretty strong with a great Monohill in the line on this P1.
And you know, we're looking at the player right now, Kendi. Ever since the acquisition of Kendi, we have talked about it so many times, but we gotta dwell on it, man. I mean, ever since he came along to the right of the Red Rebellion, everything has been shining here for the squad. Golden Road continued, and it started with Kendi. here moving forward. But now we go back here towards the game itself. So far, better rotation here from the side of Elevate, while RTL Prestige, they're going to try to go for a split push here, probably a 2-1-2 split. But they do get dealt with Yopi here from the back. Looking to get the trade. Susano, the cavalry arrives, and all across the board, Elevate just getting the better reads.
Yeah, better reads and better gunfights as well. Look at PJ. Already utilizing that operator, and they're just gonna shut down the first wave. Oh, in fact not. RTL finds a way to break through it. And oh boy, Elevate are in for a show, but not for long. They are gonna get themselves the breakdown. RTL is gonna get themselves eliminated all across the board. That is just so many players from them just falling down.
Yeah, it's gonna be what, nearly 70 points here for a set of Elevate and RTL Prestige. I mean, looking like they are gonna be somewhat going for another heap of contention, but it is going to be Elevate just draining this point away from the side of RTL Prestige, and nothing so prestigious so far here from the side of RTL. As we go back now here towards the game, P3 is now soon going to be opening up. They do win the first initial gunfights. Moving forward, they should have the first 15 seconds now. Nonetheless, the players of Elevate can just surge across the map once again and just win the gunfights.
81-22 is the scoreline. RTL again. Your point here is not to try to win it against Elevate, but to try to beat your best record. And right now, looking pretty good in terms of fighting the rotation onto P3. Getting these eliminations and finding so much value here is Fury. That is a Predator missile built. And for you to try to build up an EMP system up against Elevate, that says a lot if you're Prestige.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be staining the run here from the side of Elevate so far. 55-81. Elevate looking to go for one more contention here from the front side, and they hurdle on, stacking up the hill from the front, exactly where they're good at. And they look to claim their remaining 10 seconds, but Kinetsu says no. And RTL Prestige, great recovery here on P3.
This is a money hill right here in the making for them, and they just gotta have to continue more over towards that P4. But they don't have the spawns now. Elevate is gonna take it home, and that's Kendi holding down the fountain, and the players are gonna slay things out inside of the point. Now, this is the problem for RTL, is that their close range is going to be quite on the disadvantage, as we see PJ and Yopi just taking all of these players and tearing them down apart like paper.
One more point here for a set of Elevate to enter the 100-point mark. Coming through here. Elevate gonna get it done. So far, better spawns, better control inside, and Yopi going on a Robin Hood run. Kinetsu finds two on the feed, takes away Yopi and Susano, and it's gonna be RTL Prestige here nearing and coming across for a probable break. But unfortunately, they decided to play cut now, and player 4 Susano is gonna be in track here instead of the hill, buying enough time and space for the rest of the squad of Elevate to hop inside of the hill.
But you can see Prestige actually being able to contest that. They can get near the point, but not enough for them to stabilize inside it. But they can still find their way in this game by holding down this P1. As you can see, they got the early rotation. They also got the spawns for next. And number 3 in blue, that is going to be Fluffy, actually shuts down the guy trying to flip the spawns for Elevate. So now they get to get a value more on this P1 on the initial set. But Elevate, here they are, trying to contest this now. Here you go. Yuka's going to be the back line. Kalo is going to be stacking the point, and they are going to get the break with Kalo getting the 3 piece.
Just a big old stare down here for the set of Elevate. Absolute glory offered once again. It's just Elevate, you know, taking this one all through. RTL Prestige not really coming close inside of this P1, and it's not really typical to see. Once more, it is just Elevate's world that we're just living in.
Yeah, and there we go. This is it, man. 150-72 is going to be the scoreline. Susano with the depth machine available for them to utilize on that P2. That's where they find so much value on their operator, and as well as the objective. In fact, clearly, all of it is where they found the lead against Prestige early on the first hill. But here we have it. PSG actually won the first wave-up gunfight. Kenneth just got the equalizer. There is a potential development here with him standing out and finding kills. That is buying so much time for Prestige to delay the push from Elevate. Then Yuka's going to support the back line, shredding it to pieces, but not enough for them to make sure that they maintain the point on the first 15 seconds. But they do find their way back in this game. as they did have the spawns in their favor on the second wave. But Elevate, quick to adjust, has flipped that spawn, and Elevate are in poised to take the final 30.
Oh, here we go. King PJ on a roll. THNTS is out. Should be good for 3, but never mind. The rest of the squad from the set of Elevate is going to be able to reinforce this very hill now. And it's just still going to be Elevate in control. Has anything changed? RTL Prestige, I mean, they tried to do a lot of things, but they just can't find the means to get the trades and the bulk of the kills. And what moreover, the operator skill investments is just so much better for the side of Elevate. As now we go back to P3, the hill that they were able to win for the set of RTL Prestige. Can they do it once again to have a bit more breathing room? And they start things off with Kinesu finding the first 2 kills. The THNTS is going to be out here for the set of Yuka. So far, great start for the set of RTL Prestige on this hill.
They just need to find that extra guy to shut down, and this THNTS is gonna do wonders for them, just shutting down the push. But Elevate, look at that, PJ coming through the flank, and EOP's there to shut the players down right through graveyards and the broken building, and Elevate are going to be in the point. Prestige. Right now the goal is 100 points. You gotta get in there. You cannot be a 100-point club for multiple times now. And they bring out the Sparrow, but that Sparrow, no good. As Kalo gets the shutdown onto that player. Elevate cannot end this here, but they might have a chance to just finish it on that P3. Prestige just needs to go and contest this.
PJ Susano Kendi on 30 kills. THNTS is out here for the set of PJ. Looks to break the hill. Fury goes on by, gets tased by PJ, and he's going on a roll. Pacify Kinesu in his hands, and the players of Elevate just running this one away. 9 more points to claim here. Could be the last hard point here on his P4. Kendi with a War Machine proves to make the play. Good for 1, good for 2. Yuka shuts him away with the trade is so much better for the set of Elevate. 6 more points. Could this be it? Should be the game over.
That's it. Elevate just giving the last heap of contester Prestige some work, and that is going to be 250 to 100. Well, Prestige definitely had a very impressive run on that P2. I say it, Warden. I mean, a Munhill against Elevate and almost an EMP system built by one of your players. They can really do it, but Elevate is just on a different level in Hardpoint. And it's crazy because right now, Elevate, when they go against anyone in this matchup, you know, the goal set is 100 points and not to win. It's just so unrealistic. It feels like a dystopian era now. When you play up against Elevate, it just looks impossible to take a map away from them right now.
You know what's crazy is that Elevate hasn't been playing exactly the same way for like what, the last 3 years, and no one has been able to catch on. And even if they do, even if they try, I mean, we had an interview with PJ in regards to how many teams has tried to replicate their plays, and it's just not it. You can't do it better than the creators themselves. Elevate just showing masterclass performance here on this hardpoint run. But now, with that being said, if you guys missed out the action on its Slums Hardpoint where Elevate was able to show us wonders once again, let's roll into highlights. And the MVP is going to be Susano with 40 kills, 22 deaths, and a 1.82 KDA.
Yeah, it's not Susano, man, anymore. It's Madame Susano. That's just great, amazing plays from him. I mean, and this guy has been an integral part of Elevate. And to think that this guy, I believe, is still using the 3-finger claw as his main HUD, it just boggles me because he became a world champion doing so. And he never really changed his playstyle in terms of playing it, right? It's just all about communicating with his teammates and finding a lot more on the snipers is what his true strength is. And now we move into our post-match head-to-head and we take a look at the kills, the hill times, and the dominance, and you can clearly say that it's Elevate that brings this one home.
Yeah, I mean, kill separation here, it's nearly 40 eliminations. But the hill time here says it all, 2 minutes and 35. Well, for the set of Elevate, you barely get to scratch this type of numbers, Cali. 7 minutes and 14 seconds inside of the hill. And that being said, it's obviously going to translate to a 71% dominance rate here for the Red Rebellion. But for RTL Prestige, still valiant effort from them. We saw them shine just a little bit, especially on the run there on E3, where they were able to convert that one to a near full 60. I was kind of hoping to see exactly the same thing back to the second reset, but unfortunately it didn't really happen.
You know what surprised me the most is that Prestige is actually not bad in terms of finding kills. Look at that, 128 to 166. There's a plus 38 for Elevate. So you can't really, you know, put so much harshness onto the hands of Prestige because Elevate definitely gave their 100% there, and Prestige did their best to try to take as much score as they can, and they did reach the 100-point mark. But that's a game said and done when we move on and we're heading into Search and Destroy. Elevate will be banning out Firing Range and Standoff. On the flip side, Prestige gets to take away Kurahana and Coastal, and we got ourselves a Tunisia Search and Destroy on a map where we know for sure Elevate is not that adept into playing in the past years, but recently has taken so much form on this map.
Oh yeah, and you know, you take a look at Tunisia here. Percent of RTL Prestige, they played this one once up against SKAER and they lost this one 47. Well, for the set of Elevate, I mean, do we want to dwell about their stats? I mean, they were able to take this one away up against THNTS and 3, so not really looking good here for the side of RTL Prestige. I feel like this might just be a quick one for the series here, Cali.
I mean, honestly, Prestige, you know, Pacify has been a great highlight for RTL. That sniper can really create plays. So if he can get himself an opportunity to stand out here and get a couple of picks, that should give Prestige a bit more time and finding some shots on the first bloods and getting the opening on the attack.
Gonna be a 5-man push here from the set of RTL. This is just waiting in there at the back. Halo has an XM4 here inside of the side, able to beam one player. Susano from the back with a sniper. Halo good for 2. And it's a total collapse now as PJ is able to get a wraparound as well here towards the back. Finds Kinesso and Jericho away. Elevate, they surge on the round pretty quickly. And that's exactly the call there on Search and Destroy up against Elevate, you know. Once you go for the commitment and once the information is relayed, you got to go for the run. Because if not, the players on rotation will bite you down.
And talking about Yopi's impact with this Search and Destroy for Elevate, you can clearly feel that he's much more confident than when he was before. And he can clutch things up, so you guys got to be careful on the flank here if you're RTL, who is looking to try to play this on the B site. That is Kalo on the stairs, where they find the kill. Okay, there's a potential development here. They can get this bomb plant. They should be able to get the pressure, moreover, on the front. But what they gotta take care of the most is the back, where Yopi is set to flank the team. But Furyk takes down Yopi, cutting this one to a 2v4, now a 1v4 with PJ remaining alive as the person standing for Elevate. He does not get anything out of that round. Prestige, nice lockdown on the attack and the post plant setup.
Yeah, same call, same approach, but a different way of execution, and they were able to get this one done now. Expecting to have a bit of a different look now, looking to be a bit of a split there on the mid map. But at the same time, I think they're going to lean towards the B side once again. But look at the players of Elevate here. Halo, Susano pushed up. Susano tries to go for the pick. Halo and find the trade. Pacify takes on Susano. Kalo should be able to relay the information once again. Kinessa tries to bait out the shot. Sprays on. Kalo and Yopi on the feed they go. Yuka's gonna be alone there on the corner. Felix from the back gets a hit marker, and once again, fast respondment from the side of Elevate.
You saw how they quickly work their way back around the flank, right? Yopi is so quick to know that Prestige just loves hitting the B side, so why not take the risk and just put our bodies around the back and try to pinch them as much as possible. And knowing Elevate, they know how to play aggressive, and that's how they play their hard points. And they just try to import that thing over here in this last round, and it just allowed them to get that win.
Looks to be another approach once again on the B side. Fourth time's probably the charm here for the set of RTL Prestige. Susano changing up his angle. This time going to be playing behind a pot. Able to get the shot on Fluffy. No repercussions whatsoever. They don't have anything to recover from that. And Kendi finds one through the mid-map. Kinesu's going to be away. Yopi pushes up, finds Furyk down, Pacify, anticipates this one as well. Gets the trade from the back. Clear for Sano. Susano gets to one done, and PJ able to close it out once again. Elevate just getting the reads after reads. Better trades here, but RTL Prestige not too bad, not too shabby. They just have to anticipate the players of Elevate more.
I think they just need to make a fake play right here at this point, because Elevate know how to get it done on the at the defensive side. And there we go. That's the attack that they need, but the conversion isn't really there for RTL. Shots fired at the mid-map, and the one ending up on top of the trade is Elevate as they take that one 2 for 3. Nade out for Kalo, perfect medium rare, and the Tita Kalo gets the nade. There we go. Furyk, last man standing. 3v1.
Furyk, now here you're going to be all alone in the 1v3. I'm just going to be dropped there on the mid-map. Elevate playing this one pretty disciplinedly. Not gonna be pushing out here. Yeah, I had a conversation with Alea at some point, you know, do you take your games all seriously? And Alea was like, lagot sila kung hindi nila sinuseryoso yun sa akin. You know, in English, you know, you guys will get into trouble if you don't take your game seriously. So I want to end this game close. So I want to close it out pretty quickly. That's exactly the goal here.
Yeah.
Furyk gets spotted out now, and they know exactly where he's at. So wherever bombs that you go to, there's gonna be a casualty there, Furyk. Just have to own the spotlight. Can you do it?
I mean, that's the thing with the layer, right? I mean, he's built a system, and right now it's like a programmer, right? I have built the system, and all I have to do is just maintain it and Elevate like robots, right? They are easy to maintain, and everybody's got to fire them to win, and that's the beauty of it, right? Furyk,
Oh, no,
do you know what's happening to you?
Oh no!
Hello, hello, it's
My
me,
name's
Madame
Susano.
Susano. Baya. Get out of here! Why are you at my lawn? You don't belong here.
Why are you
Get out of my
planting? Why
place.
are you planting?
Why are you planting? Well, you know what? That could have been better if Susano went in there, waited for Furyk to plant the bomb, and execute it so he gets more points. But I'll take that any day.
You get the defusal as well. Yeah. Callie, you watch too much basketball, man. Stat padding is not something that you should be doing. Got him.
But it gets you momentum, bro. But here we go.
Next round, you're opening up. RTL Prestige still committed to go for the push here on the B side, and they're not doing too shabby once again. Get the bulk of the kills, and now it's gonna be PJ all alone here in a 1v3 situation. And they do it. No way PJ wins this round. No way. Yep,
No.
Fights Pacify. He's run away with his life. Gonna go for the reach out for one. But Fluffy puts him away. Too close, RTL Prestige. Calm down.
Overheated there almost. But you'll take that 4-2 split any day, right? On the attack. It's gotta get a little bit better setup on this defense. Now Elevate mainly tries to play per picks early. They're gonna do the same thing here. With PJ holding downstairs. Now this could look pretty aggressive on POP's side as he's got himself a bit of a trouble with Kenesu. But he's gonna disengage and pick up the bomb. I think they may have known that they need to push the bomb A now, as Suka is the one first to fall on RTL side.
Oh, Furyk just missing his shots. 2 shots, 3 shots. The forward finally connects. He shuts him away. Now it's going to be Kinesu. Good old friend. In a 1v4 now. The bomb's going to be planted here by the side of Yopi. Flashes is out. Yep, information's relayed. They know exactly where he's gonna be at. Alan's gonna come through here right side of Kennedy. The smoke's gonna be deployed. How long can you prolong this? Nope, deflect to the face. Puts you down. And that's gonna be 5-2 now here. One more round for the match point advantage for the side of Elevate.
And PJ is going with the MVP here with 10 kills. And you just don't expect really PJ to be the #1 player on S&D, right? Again, just like very much like Clove. They're more of a respawn player and they can really frag out, but it's just the buff, right? The lipstick buff right now for PJ just going strong.
The Yopi finds himself away as well. Kinesu able to get a kill. Furyk finds Kendi. First 2 bloods has been reaped away, but it's out of RTL Prestige. Looking quite good here. Hands off! Never really get to see Susano miss those types of shots, but it does happen now. He is human. But look at player 2, PJ, once again trying to lurk, but Kinesu finds the OP and PJ away off this round. That's going to be the sniper, Halo, Susano. Here to try to make the play. Finds one, finds two! Kinesu gets the trade. Halo's going to be the only player now here in the 1v3.
Oh, he's got the bomb. He doesn't have to challenge this. Put the bomb over B, where a little bit least it's least resistant in terms of trying to get yourself the objective done. Now, a sniper would be very beneficial here for him to get a bit of a view, but the switch up is just untimely. And Prestige hopping on it, jumping and getting that kill and putting themselves in just a 2-round deficit up against Elevate.
Just gotta wait for it, and then wait for it. Maybe the time comes that RTL Prestige actually something out of this. After all, if you want to take down Elevate in any game mode, it has to be search and destroy. But now Elevate, fuming here on his B side. If Kendi finds the first, Asano gets the second. Ken has a good for 2. Gets a punch out with Asano as well. And that's on a tree spree. Yopi finally shuts him away, but Kendi and Yopi takes away Fluffy and Kinesu, leaving Pacify in a clutch in a 1v2 situation.
This is gonna get hard on this B side. You're gonna have to deal with so many angles here. On a verticality, if you ever do want to put yourself on the mid doors, but decides to take the route on CT, which makes it a little bit more doable for him. But just not overall sure, because you got the clutch man Yopi himself alive in this situation, and they want to get this game over as much as they can quickly.
Pacify. Still prolonging the round here. Only 10 seconds left. Gets a shot on Kendi, but Yopi just has to play for the time. Should be able to secure the round here. Pacify is going to fake out the bomb. Yopi with the gloves out. Yep, running away. Zigzag. Oh, Marceline able to get the kill, but not going to beat around. Match point advantage now here for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, 6-3 on the scoreline, and just one more game, one more round, and it's finished. DJ still has gotten that MVP, so you'll take that any day. But on the attack side, we have not really seen any aggressive plays for them outside of this B slam right here. That is only going to be 2 players holding it down. Utilities are not going to be playing a big factor for RTL, but they do trade one guy down. But PJ is so quick on his feet, and that's gonna get himself a double. But walking to the water is too much, and he drowns himself on it with Fluffy taking him out. But this bomb has already been planted. This is last time for Prestige to force himself another round. Can they do it?
And they close it out. Halo finds Fluffy. Yopi takes away Pacify. Now it's going to be Furyk all alone here, stuck on a run. 1v2 situation. Finds Yopi. Wins was a 1v3. Caught in the middle side. And Kendi shuts him away. Elevate. Gets it done on the burner. 7-3 to go. 2-0 for the series. A quick one for the Red Rebellion.
Yeah, but still gonna have to give it up for Prestige again for putting a little bit more opportunity for them to earn some reps in here. Again, you don't normally get to play the best of the best, right? And to do it on a tournament, yes, it would look like it's embarrassing, but honestly, if you try to look at it at the bigger picture, if you're Prestige, you're going up against the most experienced team once again. You'll take those experience every day. Losing is part of winning, and Elevate took so much of that back when they were first on the scene back in Green Masters 1, right? To think that they should have been the 2023 team to be sent out on the world stage. They lost, and look at what happened in that last year's run. Every game that they've won, every game, they became the champions. Elevate taking this one home, and if you missed the action, come take a look at this S&D highlights.
And the MVP is gonna be the inspiration of Cali. PJ with 12 kills, 6 stats, and a KDA of 2.0000000. Cali, I mean, why PJ, man? Well,
I mean, this guy, have you seen him play, right? So many players that are on the rise right now in China aims to be like PJ because of how strong he is gunfight wise, right? Everybody wants to take him on their team because of how insanely strong he is in terms of playing respawns, literally because of respawns. But look at where he is today, winning a search and destroy MVP and having a 2.0 KD. It's pretty impressive for a point man and an SMG user on a very long range map like Tunisia. And we take a look at our post-match head-to-head and see what happened. Elevate definitely only had 41 kills as a +10 up against Prestige, but the difference here is their opportunities on the retake and the bomb plant, right? That's basically where they set themselves away from Prestige.
yeah, I mean, the impactful rounds is definitely something that you just have to eye out for the set of Elevate. They were able to get it done. I mean, exactly how it went down on Hardpoint, where we got to see the kill discrepancy. It wasn't too far. I mean, especially for, you know, a respawn game mode. But when it comes to finding frags, that matters quite a lot. And specifically instead of the objective, that's exactly where Elevate shines.
Yes, indeed. And then again, they're still the clear favorites after this game. They're now 6 wins in the series and no losses at all. And their weakness is their control. You know why? Because they haven't played it yet. They've only gone through sweeps. And the MVP for this series is going to be Madame Susano with 48 kills in total and a 1.66 KDA. And I think one of the more underrated player in this team, honestly, Warden, because he's pretty much under the shadow of PG and Yopi, and you add in the fact that Candy can really be icy with that scope. Susano has remained as a strong foundation for Elevate, and he will continue all over this 2025 season.
You know, something about Susano is that he has broken the fat of a sniper. Typically, snipers nowadays, you know, especially on the Chinese region, they use 5 fingers, you know, in a split of just, you know, those type of HUDs. But Susano is rocking the scope so well and so efficiently with just a 3-finger HUD. And there's something I just want to bring back what you mentioned, Callie. Anyways, what a run that we've had here. Before we close things out here, before we head straight towards a break, anything you want to say, Callie?
I mean, it's just insane. Elevate is just as dominant as they did back at Garena Masters, the first Garena Masters season that we had last year, and it's just going to continue, right? No team has came so close at beating them out this year so far, and I just hope that, you know, the other teams that we got here on this region is able to finally put up a great fight. And one thing for sure, SDE definitely has what it takes, and they just need to gel more. But this is obviously done and dusted. Great job for Elevate. Prestige scoring 100 points as well as, you know, 3 points on the search and destroy. You'll take that any day, and it's just all about earning your experience in the high level plays as much as possible, and that will be it for me, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be
and
it.
Also,
with that being said, yep.
Slay.
Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Garena Masters 9 Echoes of Champions. We're gonna wave off Callie and Warden for the time being. We'll be right back after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions. My name is SKAER. I'm down here with TLE Warden to bring you guys the fourth game of the day. And it's going to be quite a feisty one because TRT Philippines, they're going to be playing here once again. Taking up a loss up against SDE. They want to bounce back here hard.
Yeah, I mean, I most definitely expect them to bounce back for sure. I mean, I'm just looking at the way that they have been running this very games. They haven't been convincing. I mean, I've worked with some of their players here and there, and something about them is that, you know, they definitely have the drive to really bounce back, but the thing is they're just struggling quite a lot in regards to, you know, getting that whole output when it's actually necessary game day.
It's just insane because TRT Philippines, they were the number 3 last tournament, right? Garena Summer Invitationals. They eventually made their way to top 3, even beating out Stalwart Esports. But really, after that, it just was a downfall for them for quite a bit. But maybe they bounce back here on this match up ahead. But we take a look back at our timeline and see what happened. Why is there only 6 teams in Garena Masters 9? Well, to answer your question, we had 70 teams on the qualifier stage, and they had to play multiple series just to be in the group stage. Only 4 teams made it out alive and was able to earn their ticket to the group stage, and those 4 teams are the TRT Philippines, SKAER, THNTS, and the RTL Prestige roster. And on the group stage, we have a double round robin format, best of 3 series, and only 4 teams gets to earn their way to the playoffs to fight for the prize pool of $25,000 US. Now we'll take a look at the maps that we have here. Pretty much similar to how we ran it back in Garena Masters 8, but just the new addition of the Combine map, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, Combine, I mean, it's a brand new map, and it's actually, I think it's definitely deserving the topic here. Here's the Combine, man. How do you feel about this? But before that, though, let's talk about the prize pool. $25,000 in the prize pool on the line. First place gets $13,000, and you did say, you know, in the intro earlier, is that, you know, it always has been the case. Elevate is just a squad that has been owning this certain spot tally.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, even if you do not make it out of the playoffs and just be here, you still get your own piece of the prize, right? A 1.5 for the 5th place, 1,000 for the 6th place, and that's just huge money for you to earn your upgrades. And again, you might want as well buy yourself a 120 FPS phone, because that really sets the difference between a good and a great team. Right now, you need to have high performance phones, so you'll be able to, yeah, get all of the kills, Warden.
Well, now let's take a look at the predictions here. PRT is going to be the squad I'm going to be eyeing out for, and you're going to be going for not necessarily scary, but
yeah.
But it's stutters.
We're going to be heading into that one later on. But SKAER was able to win earlier, Warden, up against THNTS, which was very surprising because you would think they would be a 2-0 win, but they earned their way back on a firing range and immediately took that control 3-2 in the hands of THNTS to get themselves 2 points at the end of the day. But here, TRT Philippines, after losing to Stalwart Esports, badly needs a win because you can't go out losing like this. There's only 4 spots in the playoffs, and you need as much points as you can get in the series, so you'd be able to claim your spot and maybe even contest for that $13,000 US prize pool as the 1st place.
I'm kind of confused here. Who am I working with now? Where's Princess Callie?
Princess Callie's not here no more, bruh.
Oh my!
This is the real Callie now, bruh.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but maybe later on, maybe in the future when the elevate's gonna have, he'll be back. But we look into this game.
She'll be back.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, she'll be back.
Princess
Now
Callie.
moving on, prediction. Why is there the Philippines, bruh?
I think I'm kind of serving a bit of a bias here for TRT here, just mainly because of Jibby. I always believe in Jibby, and earlier he was able to prove himself quite strongly up against their earlier squad, no, but why THNTS?
Well, I do want Mumra to get themselves picking up more kills here. I mean, that guy is just a straight up beaming machine right now, along with Jai. Now we move on and get this game a little bit closer to starting the game, and we see THNTS batting out Apocalypse as well as Slums. So we get ourselves a little bit of a mixy, matchy summit. THNTS, this is their home ground. and the opposing team needs to watch out.
I definitely agree, but at the same time, I mean, if we bring in like the X Factor Yato and his primal form in this very map alongside Pin and Jibby and Freeze, I mean, that's the thing about TRT. That's just the narrative that they have. On paper, they should be a really good close quarter combat type team, but they're just not winning their gunfights. If ever Mamra shines exactly how it went down earlier up against SKAER, and then Secret and Tarks able to make up for the losses that they had, because clearly earlier Mamra, Aurora, and Risky was just shining on respawns, but Secret and Tarks didn't really provide what they had to do. Well, it could really be a game here for set of THNTS overall.
I mean, it all depends on how Risky will play this, because he had a little bit of a luckluster game on the earlier setup against Stalwart Esports. Same thing as well for Aurora as well, Warden. On the firing range, search and destroy, she was not really having any opening picks as an SMG, so she really needs to step things up for THNTS to be able to win this game. And of course, Mamra, this guy is a demon. He goes satanic, and you're just going to have to expect that he's going to put up the same performance as he did earlier up against SKAER. Both teams taking an L on their earlier set. Bound for a win at the end of their day. Let's see who's going to take this one home as the Hardpoint Summit starts now.
Oh yeah, let's see it now. THNTS so far going to be able to get the pretty great opener for them, so they're gonna be able to claim probably the first 8 points, could be the next 15 as well if ever they do deal with the next few gunfights, and they absolutely do. The TRT is gonna be starting things off here on the back foot, and looking at the gun composition here, we do see an R9 for the set of 10, double AR here for the set of GB and Freezy, and actually it's gonna be a dual shotgun setup for the set of TRT, but they're not really coming close inside of the hill to put up the impact.
And not really. And THNTS, this P1 supposed to be back and forth, but look at how much control they have. Tarks with a 5-man spree and going for 6. One more inside of the point that they get to clear out, and all waves provided by TRT have all been terminated.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just a massive clearance here overall for a set of THNTS, and only until now that TRT to be able to serve the break. That's just because of the fact that THNTS has letting go of this very hill, and they move over now towards P2. Better response here for them, but they lose the traction inside. Question is though, TRT, you have the hill now in control, but do you win the gunfights? Absolutely not. 10 here, good for 2. Should be able to get a cut off here from the back. 2 players spawning in from the side of the THNTS, and the cavalry arrives. The breakthrough comes true, and it's gonna be TRT now here, finally panhandling the players of THNTS.
Yeah, P2 is what you need after that lock-lasting P1. Now, you have it again with the VMP, which is the first time I've seen him play. I mean, I was here last week, and I know for sure that he had that VMP, but it's really interesting to see a guy like him change from an AR to an SMG. It's really going to be a big jump, but he's doing a hell of a job just winning it right now for this whole squad. Now, THNTS looking like they'd be able to contest the next 15 seconds, but what they lack right now is 53 set. TRT has got that one in the bag and are looking to try to cash in a full 60.
Yeah, 10 here is going to be cutting off the players now with an R9. Good for 2 eliminations. Good for 3 eliminations now on the feed. Yato gets 1 caught off now, and it's just going to be Mamra coming closer to try to go for the cut on mid-snow, but unfortunately the Tempest doesn't accumulate the frags that he needs, and the Hardpoint's now going to be opening up with TRT now here in control. Sparrow is out. The Tempest comes through. Good for 2 for the side of Hydra, but War Machine is going to be coming in as well here for the side of Freezy. Investment galore here for the side of TRT. On paper, this should be them getting a full definition inside of the hill.
Oh yeah, beautiful plays for Freezy there, and that shot's just really put THNTS back by a lot of margins, right? Look at that. TRT now finally takes the lead, and they even have 1 more operator available. In fact, 2 operators available for them to shut down THNTS here on this last few waves remaining that they have on this P3. But again, you would want to not give away as much points as you can get, especially the scrap time. And for THNTS, that's the key philosophy, right? You gotta play every bit of that points inside of the hill. You gotta contest everything so that you have an opportunity to keep this game close and build up all those scrap time into a money hill over time. Now we move on. THNTS still has gotten that lead, and they have their early rotation onto the next hill. So let's see how are they going to hold off the first wave. TRT is just about to slam them through on this P4.
Yeah, we start things off here with a 2-point lead on P4 now. THNTS looks to extend this one even more with 2 operators going to be out. THNTS, though, can prolong the life of his net machine. Equalizer is going to be out here for a set of RAR, but inside of the hill, it's going to be TRT. Jericho can't find the shot to connect with an HS. Mommer shuts him away. The Preddy flies through, and so far THNTS here just claiming the first 25 seconds here inside of this hill, and it's not looking to change anytime soon. Lovely call, lovely reads, great hold from the side of THNTS, and they're looking to convert this one to a heavy money hill for their side.
Yeah, but the thing now is that the spawns have flipped. An opportunity for TRT to play for a pinch play is going to be a big opportunity for them to get right back in the hill. But THNTS quickly reading the spawns very well, and they don't really care about the players on the perimeter. They just want to get inside of the point. Mambra, what the hell are you on? Sliding on, getting more kills, 11 spree for him, and an EMP system built up. The demon is going insane yet again, leading THNTS with a massive lead as we enter the P1 reset.
Yeah, EMP's on here for a set of Momra. Has the THNTS as well to use if ever he decide to do so. Hardpoint's going to be opening up though with TRT here inside of the hill. THNTS is going to be out for the side of Hydra, but can't find the chain. Only good for 1 elimination. Now the players with THNTS here swan diving inside of the hill. All of the windows occupied, and they're going to be able to take the hardpoint right back.
And there we go. That's it, right? THNTS again. This was their key hardpoint earlier. They turned it into a money hill, and looking to be this very same thing. I'm surprised how TRT is not really taking most of the power position here. I mean, they finally got Idra, but only for him to be turned away quick. Not as much utilities that they're throwing out that is finding much value as well for them to earn so much survivability around the map. And I think not having the second floor is such a massive flaw in the hands of TRT.
My God, 10 on a spree. Unfortunately, can't convert it to a brick inside of the hill as his teammates just struggle to get out of the surface of the spawns. And now, P2 is now going to be opening up here with TRT. Seems to be having a good look on paper. You look at the map. 2 players going to be inside of the hill. THNTS here going to try to get a break here from the top side. Parks gets denied. Momra away. Risky as well. And so far here in the first 15 seconds, it is going to be TRT here controlling the point. Not until Momra gets a tree spree on his own. And then all of a sudden, the hill turns into a 50-50 battle with THNTS winning the bulk of the time.
Yeah, the nades is pretty much doing so much pressure for TRT that they need to bring out their trophy systems here. Tarks with the death machine in his hands, and Momra again with the Tempest has found so many value on it earlier. Up against SKAER, but they really just failed unlocking things down at the last 2 modes that they played. But generally for THNTS, this should be a strong start for them on this P1 reset. They got themselves a great time on that P1. And the contest for P2, where you would think TRT is the one reigning upon it, is completely table flipped, right? THNTS now definitely has changed P1 to a P3, and the best part about this is that they still got operators to work around with to make sure that they're the ones with the win. But the sudden flip of spawns does find a way here for TRT, and look at where they are in position to try to convert to a Mount Hill.
Yeah, it has been on its case for the longest time here, Cali, where they're able to get the early rotation, but THNTS is just so good at playing the hill from the front side. Yato here pushes out, cancels out the Sparrow. Really good pressure there. And now on the feet, it is painted in blue, painted in TRT. That machine, Tempest out. Can they claim the remaining 30 here? Should be the case, but THNTS, they're going to be persisting through here from the front once again. But they're going to meet the death machine here by the side of Jibby as he finds one here on Gondola. And that is going to be TRT now pushing up front to try to flip the spawns. Looking quite successful at it. The Preddy flies through as well. And they got 1 player slittered now here to flip the spawn. It is going to be THNTS here late on rotation towards P4 as they lose the time as well here on P3.
They're still taking it last 5 seconds. And that's THNTS' way of playing this one. That late rotation definitely going to be a big problem for them as they don't have the setup onto P4. TRT just right when you know that they're about to get mowed down, they come back rising up, winning the gunfights and flipping the spawn right before the hardpoint opened up on that P3. They got more things ahead of them, and it starts here on this P4. So they want to start the comeback. It starts here by defending the first wave. 5 go down for THNTS defense, going strong. Everybody on site getting terminated, and TRT Philippines will be taking the lead for the first time.
TRT 182 to 177. THNTS Looking to get the break. Aurora clears out the way with an equalizer. Hops inside. Bonds not defined. 50-50 fight. And THNTS is able to come out as the last man standing here on this wave. Still on the roll. On the brow. TRT shining here at the latter part of this hill. The question is, though, do they have the sustainability to build this one up until the very end?
Yeah, back-to-back full money hills for them, and that has just changed things up. Now the problem here is that P1, where they've lost multiple times on Summit. Now, THNTS, this is one of their best hardpoint holds, and it starts with either getting taken down by Secret. Shots are being fired, power positions are being taken by TRT, but no matter what, they still do fumble it. And it's going to start THNTS' momentum once again. As a complete reset, the first 20 seconds go the way of THNTS, but TRT prioritizing more of the top floor where they can beam down players down below. That's what's been missing, and that's what they need to convert. And look at what's happening. TRT now slowly getting much better control as they did from the last two hills that they had on this B1.
Two operators going to be invested here instead of TRT instead of this hill. Secret is out with the Sparrow as well in hopes to Call of Duty guys that they do get the break here for the hill itself, but it's not looking to be that case. Hops inside of the hill. Yato meets them at the bottom side with an HS. TRT so far still winning the bulk of the kills in the time. 222 to 200. Only 25 more points to claim for the side of TRT to close out this game, Callie.
There we go. GB's in a full lockdown right here. He's got a Predator missile to help this team once it goes haywire. THNTS has brought him the equalizer. This should stop the early break coming through on this P2, and he's gonna get 2 kills with it. Aurora forced to make a play to contest the point, but shut down by the War Machine. Invested by Freezy, who then gets shut down by Risky over the top, and THNTS will be contesting in this P2. But how long can they hold on as TRT continues to fumble them down?
Todo respecto as TRT hails. 13 more points to claim. Can you do it? THNTS so far here inside of the hill, and they look to prolong this game to another hard point. 217 to 237. One more contention. Freezy hops in. Momra checks out, finds the kill. And look like TRT, they don't want to fight for the scrap time anymore, leaving Jimmy to do and deal with the heavy work. Sprays on by, has 3 players up front, can't do anything. And it's gonna be a reset once again here. Back to P3 we go.
Oh, and Momra is gonna be the first one in the hands of Yato there with the Sparrow. Secret is gonna get taken down over there, but Momra is playing a massive play. He flips the spawn, and can they convert this? This is where it all gets decided. THNTS are going to be in the favorable spot, but not for long. Yato with a shutdown on the back line, and the front line will be secured by Jimmy with a death machine, and that is going to be TRT with the whole of a lifetime winning and taking home the Summit map. 250 to 228.
4 kills, 1 straight by the side of TRT to put up the comeback. As their name suggests, rest back lang, retaliate, and come back strong. They absolutely serve and convert the time where it mattered the most at the end. Close it out, TRT, led by Jimmy. Here, stellar comeback up against the THNTS. I mean, I'm just lost for words here, Callie.
I mean, even I was surprised how well they've chained those rotations. Again, the early ones, right? When we entered the second hardpoint rotation, P3, P4, that's already 120 points that they were able to utilize, Warden. And they took 90% off the 120 points. And that's just how you get yourself back in the game, right? When you had it rough on your first set, just bounce back. It's just a matter of the moment. And if you missed out on the thrilling match between the TRT squad and the THNTS guys and gals, man, let's take a look at this match's highlight. We'll be right back.
We go back and track here, and obviously the MVP is going to be Jibby here with 57 kills, 39 deaths, and a KDA of 1.46, and his trusty old friend, the Death Machine.
And he was the one holding off the front line again to secure the final game, the final moment. He was the one holding off that P1 back when they had the P3 spawn. And Jibby again is the younger brother of AG, and there's just so much talent in terms of shooting in shooting games, right? For that family right there. And Jibby again, one of the new guys in the board this season that have found their mark in Garena Masters, and look out for this guy. This kid is something special, and dropping a 57 bomb up against THNTS, who was the clear favorites on that Summit Hardpoint. That says something about Jibby.
You know, I thought that the highlight would lean towards like Yato and probably Tin. You know, Tin was able to drop a lot of those crucial kills, but Jibby really stood out pretty well there. They move forward now here with a head-to-head comparison in regard to the stats per team. 260 to 199, led by the side of TRT. 640 for the side of TRT. And this kind of like set the difference. No, I mean, a minute and nearly 20 seconds here has been brought down by the side of TRT in regards to the difference on the hill time. And obviously, you only win hardpoint by the objective tally, and that's how TRT was able to pull away. But if you look at the dominance rate, 52% to 48. Only a 4% differential. It was definitely a really close game, but TRT just had it better at the end.
And just having a rough day, it is for THNTS, man. I mean, you're just really having a rough time trying to put your personality in the game. And I know they had a great start. Mamaro had a 10 skill spree at that one point and ran through an EMP system, but it really wasn't great. Now we move on. Search and destroy. We're moving on to Garena Metropolis. A map I would say is in favor for TRT Philippines. They love playing this map, but let's see what THNTS has something here.
I mean, you look at this, they were able to win up against SKAER 7-0, THNTS 7-5 as well. So, hey, we'll see about it. But first up, THNTS playing Garena Metropolis has been damn up against RTL and TRT. I mean, so far on paper, it just seems to look to be so much better here for the side of TRT. Basing off the dominance rate that they were able to put out in this specific map in Garena Metropolis. Let's see if there's going to be any different results that we can see here for this week. But overall, I know for sure the players from the side of TRT is pumped up and ready to show up once again here on this map. The THNTS on the process, we all know who they are. They're definitely composed and definitely want to strike this one back and probably force it game number 3.
Now for THNTS, I mean, at least when you think about Garena, you still got Rex here. Rex definitely plays better when it comes to playing Garena. As an individual man himself on the sniper, he's in charge of shutting down the early plays. And hey, look at this, Mamra, early 2-piece. Right through B, and the first engagement between the snipers, between Jibby and Rex, will be won here by Jibby. Shot down on the B site. THNTS are forced to play a situation where they have to play through mid. Risky getting the cut down. That should give them the signal that, hey, that B side, it's clearly overrun. Let's move on towards A and get ourselves an opportunity to plant this bomb and hope that we got a setup that can help us bring in the first round win on the first half.
On the wrap here, gonna be TRT. THNTS gets the read already that they're just going to go for this push here on the A site, checking every corner bit, but there's not going to be any players from the side of TRT. I mean, this is just all going to come down to the timing now. You just get the same call. It's going to be hard though. I don't think they're going to be expecting that they're going to be coming from the same lane, but Tarks gets Freezy. Jibby gets a trade now. 1v1. Veteran up against a Prodigy. Risky with an XM4, Jibby with a machine pistol and a sniper. Spots him away, gonna go for the shots. Machine pistol should be out, just playing off the angle pretty well. Jibby's gonna try to go for the chase down, but Risky stays alive. Ring around a rosy cat and mouse. Jibby gets the angle, gets the timing, and will be able to provide a clutch and the round for the side of TRT.
Oh man, beautiful play for Jibby again, the MVP with 57 kills on the first map. Dropping a triple and the 1v1 clutch. And he was running around. He wasn't afraid, man. He was the hunter on that 1v1.
Ooh, rightfully played right there. All patience. Didn't stick around on the bomb. Didn't wait for the fake out. Next up in line, Risky here. Gonna be dropping down inside of the side, but finds his former teammate Hydra, and Jimmy shuts down. Secret away. TRT just getting the read off their reads. Yato, Hydra, and so kill after killing a lord here for the side of TRT, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Tarks goes away. Jimmy shuts him down. And it's gonna be TRT winning the second round just like that.
Man, that's just quick. And I tell you what, right? I mean, Jibby, this kid, we are gonna talk about him for so many seasons. He's going to be the next generation of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. He's leading the pack for TRT. And what I expected to be 3 maps at least. Looking to be just 2 maps with the way that he's been playing.
I'm just gonna be watching the mid cross here. Tarks throw some shots. Gonna be information related for a set of Hydra. They're not really biting this one down. Not phased at all. Just holding their ground, just waiting for the time where THNTS decides to initiate an attack. It's gonna fly on by. It doesn't really connect with Hydra, so Hydra gets left unspotted out. Tarks still looking to get a pick here on his mid map. Crosses in. Freezy finds Mamra on the feed on the mid map. Diverting that attention now, gets the read on Hydra. Beautiful reads for the side of Tarks. Able to get one on by Freezy. Trade is on for the side of Tarks, but Yato slitters in with an HS as well. And now it's a 3v2 situation. Bombs planted on the hands of TRT.
I work with your sniper here. Secret Rex has not really hit any shots here at all. GB has numbers on him. It's all up to Mang Junel. Take down the last 3 guys remaining in this match, and he's got the bomb with him. And if you know Risky, this guy has the opportunity to always find his way around the clutch. But a 1v3,
Oh god.
it takes quite a miracle to win this.
Look at TRT, bro.
TRT is just doing what? Like, can we see an angle on TRT right now? I think that's a low. That's a prone, sitting, and a standing setup. Oh, they're moving like a train. They go. Can Mang Junel
Colin Thomas.
stop the train?
Oh, he's gonna try
Like
to wrap around.
Spider-Man did on that movie.
Look, he's gonna try to wrap around here. Can he make the play?
Oh,
He's able to get a call. Tin is watching this angle now.
Oh,
Ooh,
the angle!
The timing.
Slide in!
Oh, he doesn't have an
Oh,
angle.
he's got no angle!
Oh my god. Didn't have an angle. So unfortunate. Should have been a pretty good play, but he kind of forgot where the bomb was planted.
Yeah. I mean, I take back what I said from Risky from that angle, but again, you love you love the effort that he provided there. Now moving on, it's a quick 3-0 start, and anything that you've thrown that is pretty slow and fast has just been terribly shut down, and it really forces you to try to think a bigger picture and see what can we do about it. You try to send out Mumra with the bomb in the window, and Yato is pointing at it like, hey, look, I found the bomb in the middle. I don't need to go anywhere. One guy just needs to pick it up, and I can shut down anybody I see. And never mind. Terrible thought. We're moving on. It's a 4v4, Warden.
Yeah, or it's just too quick with it. They're not really having the best of decisions on which way to go. Looking like the bomb's gonna be leading towards it. A Cybertarix! Oh my god, beautiful reactions. And Aurora shuts down 10 as well. Hydra finds Risky away though. It is gonna be a 2v3 here. Oh, gets the quick scope, but unfortunate hit marker to the face. And finally the first here for the set of THNTS. Took them 4 rounds, but finally up on the board.
Yeah, there we go. That's what they needed. And they may have finally found the crack at this. I mean, it's okay to have a slow start. You can always bounce back on the defensive side. After all, Kurahana, not really an attack-oriented side, right? I mean, it's all about the defense here. And if you can steal a couple of rounds away from it, you'll take that any day. And now the blitz on the A side.
Oh my god.
Freezy lining him up. Picks the wrong angle, though. But that 2 kills that he did, the damage dealt was just massive. For THNTS, who is on the attack.
Secret finds GB down. Now it's gonna be a 2v2. Look up player 3 Tarks though, able to slither back now here on the B side. Secret just has to play for his life here. Right angle to be held on to. Yato's not going to be pushing here. Oh, a play on timing. A play on timing for sure. And now finally Yato decides to go for the peak. Does he decide to wrap around? Rex now going to be inside of the site. Next on, they know that the players are now going to be on Zig. Odds one, goes for the shot. Hydra runs away with it. Yato checks on. Secret wins the fight. Now it's going to be Veteran all alone. The Veteran, Hydra. Here, walking into the crosshairs of Secret, and Donatos once again going 2 rounds in a row.
And those shots were massive, Warden. I mean, they were the ones with the numbers disadvantage at the end. And that is just beautiful plays for, again, Darks and Rex. And again, those two guys are the new generation of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. So many bright futures ahead of us here. And we've seen glimpses of it. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Not much time has gone through, but you can see the idea for THNTS is that they want to attack A short. But Crazy dared to cut off Secret, and Tin has got all eyes on this play. Oh, he's licking his lips. He's smacking it too really loudly. He knows it's barbecue time. Risky! Mambra! Bomb is down! Freezy falls down, and Risky and Tin. Oh, Tin is licking his lips once again. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he wants it. Too greedy on that attempt, and Aurora forced to clutch, but Yato getting in the mix. ERT, 4-2 split before we enter the half.
Yeah, 4-2 split, now we go. Pushing in. ERT's now going to be on the lead here. So far, led by Yato with 6 kills. Same goes for Jibby. Looking like TRT, they want to play this offensive route here on his ace site. 5-man hit. All going to come down to Secret here to hold his ground, but he decides to back away. Nades is going to be out. Holding that angle with a Tundra. But a 3-man hit here. Able to get one flick towards the back. Beautiful shot, but Tin's there for the refrag. Now soon enough, the bomb's going to be planted now. Here it's going to be a 4v4 retake.
They're still not deciding on the bomb plant here. Still debating and baiting for an opportunity for a player to overextend, but not really. What's happening here? Tin does have an angle on that. He's got the information that there's a guy trying to push through A short. They're kind of stuck. I mean, they have no point of return here. You move around the map, you're going to get trapped there by number 2. It's really got to pick your poison here and play for an opportunity to get the onslaught. And wow! Sudden change of momentum, and TRT-10 getting all the eliminations. Put the prize in the bag, says Tin. And they're not going to put the bomb plant down at the A site. They end up with the kills.
What a shot from Tin. 180 kill. Lovely entry there. Double chow offered. Tin and Hydra good for 1. Aurora on the off the rib from the flank. 180 turn from the side of Tin and just able to get the spray down. And now the next round is going to be opening up. Same approach here for the set of TRT. Going to be a 5-man push here on his ace side. Mommer's going to be alone here. Rex going to be holding on towards the backside with a sniper. Mommer finds 1, Tin gets the trade. Jibby finds Secret away. Aurora pushes in. Looking to get a double now here, but no, Jibby denies. Now it's going to be a 3v2 here with the remaining players of THNTS going to be hitting it from on side alongside the long wrap there towards long.
Yep. There we go. Darks has to clutch this, but Jibby again with another heave of attack. That's going to be the 11th elimination for TRT. Jibby, that's great. It's now you're one game point. You're a game point away from taking this one home and getting yourself a quick 3 points, while THNTS gets nothing in between.
Looks to be a pretty stale day here for the side of THNTS. Lost the first series and looking to be the secondest one as well. TRT to go for a strike here on the B site. Jibby finds Risky away. The bomb's going to be planted. Mamra finds Jibby and kills after kill. 3v3 situation. Parks on the top side. Only good for 1. Tin able to get the kill. Secret there. Gonna go for the chow. Sprays on by. Finds Secret. Mamra's gonna be all alone. Gets taken and dealt with. TRT, they win the series 2-0, serving THNTS their second loss for today.
Yeah, 7-2 on that scoreline. That's so dominant right there. Masterclass for Jibby. There was only 9 rounds, but GB scored more than 10 kills. That's how impactful he was. Clutching, getting those first bloods, and just helping mid-rounds to even up the odds in the numbers game. And with that said, right, this is TRT. This is a TRT that we want, Warden. This is the TRT that had the opportunity to take the number 3 spot in Garena Summer Invitations 2025. And they were able to unlock it. But again, the inconsistencies are still going to be really troubling this team for quite some time. So they need to figure out how can they even make things better for them so that they'd be able to put a great heave to take the number 2 in this region.
Yeah, definitely. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys miss out the action here for Toronto Metropolis, where TRT was able to put on a really great show, let's roll in the highlights.
TRT Philippines, Jibby is going to be the MVP for this Search and Destroy with 13 eliminations and a whopping 4.33 KDA. This man be dropping one of the best KDs in the season. Yet again, the first day, Warden, when we were casting, this guy dropped an 8-1 scoreline with an 8.0 KDA. And this guy definitely is truly something special. We may have lost AG because of the retirement, but his brother came in like LeBron to Bronny James, right? They are back here, still within our reach. We're still connected with AG, with Jibby being the primary player that has helped this team win so many moments in the Garena scene, more specifically in the Garena Summer Invitation 2025. Here's our post-match head-to-head. 39 kills to 27 in favor for TRT, with that score a little bit higher since they got the one, since they were the ones that ended up with the win. 5-1-3-2 compared to 3,495.
It's all just going to come down to the clutchiness of the players of TRT, and obviously Jibby, you know, being the sunshine. You are my sunshine, Jibby, my only sunshine. Yeah. TRT just makes them happy overall. I mean, I just hope that they are able to retain this type of you know, TRT that we haven't been able to see here, Cali. And once again, obviously safe to say, dominate Hardpoint, you dominate Search and Destroy, you're going to be the MVP. TRT Jibby is going to be your MVP in an overall scoreline of 70-21, 4,678 average score in a KDA of 1.67.
And impressive numbers here. Again, he's the sunshine of TRT Philippines. And if he continues to play like this, right, there's just really going to be nothing but the highest level for TRT Philippines, because definitely one of the youngins that will be a key priority for TRT to put themselves in the higher ranking. That's how they got themselves an opportunity to really set them apart from THNTS on this game right here. I mean, 57 on the first map, as well as what, 17 kills on that, or 13 kills on the second map. The sky's the limit for this kid right here.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. And we're looking at this with that being said, you know, Callie, we're definitely seeing a lot of things play out here for this week 2 of day number 1 of this group stage, and we've come to the point where we're going to be heading straight towards our next and last and final matchup between Star Esports and RTL Prestige. With that being said, though, before we proceed towards that matchup, we're going to have a short break. This is Garena Matters 9. We'll be right back.
4 amazing matches already done, and we are down to our last game of the day. It's Stalwart Esports going up against Prestige, and it is going to be another David and Goliath story right here. And joining you on the desk once again, it's me, Kali, down here with Warden. It is going to be quite difficult now for Prestige to win this anything really, but they did quite a great job in holding their own in terms of playing the Hardpoint up against Elevate earlier today, and that says a lot with the potential that this team can have if they continue playing as a team moving on.
Oh yeah, and you know, we move over here towards the run here for the set of RTL Prestige. Unfortunately, Cali hasn't been, you know, the most promising, but hey, it's not too late to end your night with a banger. But unfortunately, what awaits you is Stalwart Esports, and we all know Stalwart Esports, coming from the last year, has been able to solidify themselves as the #2 squad in the region of Garena. So, not too certain how to feel about this, but definitely RTL Prestige coming in from their performance on last week's run comparing to how it went down to on the first day for this week. It's not too bad, but there's definitely still a lot of things to work on.
There's a lot. I mean, the adjustments that they need to go from the least experience to the most, you gotta do a lot more than just practicing, right? You gotta do a lot of VODs, you gotta do the little moments, the little things that will pay out in the future and become a massive payoff for your team if you just continue to play like it is, right? But for Stalwart Esports, right? I mean, honestly, there really is a great heave coming in from their new guys, and I think that's what's been missing for this team, especially under Garena Masters 8 and the GSI. I feel like having Giant Reef right now for STE is definitely such a big advantage for them should they want to dethrone, to elevate the Kings of Garena off of their Garena Masters titles.
You know, for Stalwart Esports, I mean, they've been living into the shadows. I mean, there has been some moment in time where we were able to see Stalwart Esports actually take the pedestal, but it hasn't been on that very case. Now, for the set of RTL Prestige, we see the maps now here: Combine and Apocalypse away from them. Kenda and Slums for the set of Stalwart Esports, hands down, easily. It's going to be a Slums Hardpoint. Now, the thing about for RTL Prestige here, Cali, they don't have it pretty easy for today. I mean, you have a matchup against Elevate, you have a matchup against Stalwart Esports in one day. It's definitely going to be draining, but I personally would prefer to have that. You know, you get to learn from the best out of the best, and then at least once you proceed towards the next few days, you have more probable, you know, what do you call this? Just late experience that you can probably gather and prepare for your next few matches.
I don't think Prestige needs to be too hard on themselves here. You can't beat yourself up for losing, right? I mean, after all, you're losing against the #1 and the #2 team. And in fact, if you're going to be here in this situation, you just gotta have to enjoy the moment and play your hardest, because going up against these tier 1 teams, you would need to schedule them for, and you don't even know if you're going to be able to get a scrim block against them, right? So to be here and to be able to play in this tournament, you're just gonna have to play hard as you can get, score as much points as you can do, so that when there is an opportunity for you to review your gameplay, you'd know that there is something wrong, right? You know that thing that's something wrong with your team is going to be consistent if you play hard, go against the best teams, and then there you can fix it.
Yep, and you know, with that being said as well, Cali, you know, granted, a privilege to play a team like Stalwart Esports or like a team like Elevate is something really not holding on to. I mean, this is a time where, you know, those teams are not really holding back and they really want to close out the deal as fast as they can, and you're truly getting the full potential on you know, what they can offer, and that's totally the best calibration that you can do to prepare your own squad and just learning and gathering experience, and you know, to be able to find out and touch up on those mistakes.
For sure. And honestly, now for this guys, for Prestige, right, you just gotta have to get yourself in the best possible momentum, right? I mean, again, you saw what happened there between Elevate and Prestige, that P3 on that Slums Hardpoint, they were able to convert that into a monohill and even built up to a Predator missile, which is gonna be truly something special for them, right? So it's just really all about getting yourself ready and playing your best. You are not going to be comparing yourself to the team that you're going up against, but the team you're comparing yourself is only your squad, right? You're gonna have to be able to beat your records from the past, and the only way for you to defeat that is you have to practice. You gotta do VODs, and you combine both of those two worlds, and you're gonna get better over time. It's just not going to be something that you can happen today, right? But you can really tweak out some things, Warden, and maybe it could be the transition, could be the operator skills, and it could be the search and destroy. Let's see what kind of adjustments that they will have.
Oh, it could definitely be anything here, but definitely I feel like I always served search and destroy as one of those game modes. It's just, you know, somewhat, you know, a curveball. I mean, this is one of those game modes where, you know, you can bring a tier 2 team and a tier 1 team up against each other, and I feel like the tier 2 team has just so much a better chance because of how critical a game mode of search and destroy is. But we're not really playing on S&D for the time being. We are moving over towards Summit Hardpoint. We start things off here with RTL Prestige here coming from the top side, bottom side to go here for the side of Star Esports. And it's all going to come down to the first initial kills, which RTL Prestige, they got a full wipe.
Yeah, looking pretty good off the start. That's a 10-point lead. Should they get this? But again, realistically, if you're looking into this Stalwart Esports team, right? Again, Jai is going to be one of those heavy bomber players who can frag out. And you had Reef earlier scoring a 50 bomb, which is really crucial because you really get to see the value of the new guys that they have added into the roster. Now, also for SDE Clove, again, we've always seen him play consistently on Hardpoint, but the search and destroy is where he kind of lacked. But earlier, got the MVP. So this team is really taking a stride under the reign of Coach Palitao. And they're just going to have to play it good. But again, Prestige, Warden, doing a hell of a job taking this P1.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, in fact, it's pretty good here for the side of RTL Prestige, but hey, it's all going to come down to the sustainability and all will come down to the longevity in regards to how much impact you can do in the long run. And so far, we're looking at it. SDE, they're trying to fight for the spawns there, but they actually lose the gunfight. So we're going to be opening up this very hill, but RTL Prestige in control so far here, Callie.
Yeah, and that's good. Look at that. Even the P2, they're the ones reigning on top. And the read definitely is a little bit better. And again, Pacified has that momentum, has that potential to really be something great. And I've seen that way towards that last week's performances. He'd really have those moments where he'd get to touch his true potential and just really put a lot of teams in the bag. But not for long though, as FD gets to regather up. This P1 was definitely lackluster, but this P2 looked pretty good with Reef leading the pack with 3 eliminations straight.
Yeah, and now RTL Prestige Fluffy find a tree spray on the feet. Able to get it done though. And so far they do win the rotation as well here towards P3, so that's gonna be adding another look. If they can win the next 2 gunfights, wave of gunfights, that could be them translating this one to another opener on this very hill. But so far for the time being, 2-point lead for the set of STE, but it's not gonna mean much if you do lose the rotation. And it is gonna be Stalwart Esports now here back on the trail once again. RTL Prestige showing us wonders.
Yeah, Kenneth has got the equalizer here. That should extend out even further. Only able to get 2. But they did shut down the guy trying to take away the bottom side of the map. So that's going to be a strong defensive stake on the first 20 seconds coming in for Prestige. And the beauty out of this is that early rotation really paid off as they win their key gunfights. In these earlier moments, Prestige has got a couple of operators to work around with, and they're punishing SDE right now with that shotgun from Kenneth, as well as that blaze coming in for Fluffy with that SMG.
79, 80 points for the side of RTL Prestige. Stalwart Esports has tried a lot of things so far, and it hasn't been working so much. Now, rotation towards P4. Stalwart Esports gonna have a better look at it. RTL Prestige going to be quite late on it, though. There's not going to be anyone here heading straight towards the hill, not just yet. Yuka's going to be leading the way here towards no side, meets SKAER here up front. Forest Freak for the side of SKAER. And there's not really a lot of defined push here that RTL Prestige can offer so far, so hands down, believe it, SDE should be able to win the first 20 seconds inside of this hill.
And they also don't got a lot of operators to play around with to try to break this hill. In a normal map, right, you would need at least an equalizer or a Sparrow to earn your way up into a break when you're late on rotation on this P4, but that isn't going to be something that RTL will have here. So they're going to need to win with the raw vanilla guns, and it's punishing because the other team perfectly set up and they got themselves their own operators to get those eliminations. SKAER with the death machine, able to get a couple of kills along with Clove, and they are going to be right back in this game. with this next 20 seconds in their bag.
Yeah, 80 points has now been claimed here with Solid Esports, only needing 10 more points to go to get the equalizer and probably take the lead. And most likely it is going to be on that case. Breakthrough will come through from the side of RTL Prestige, and they are able to stop the bleeding for a moment or so, just for them to be on that top of the pedestal as we go back now here towards the reset back to P1 here, Cali.
Yep, P1. We saw it. RTL was really slapping SDE on it. And let's see if that's going to be the same thing. Oh boy, Fluffy. Again, another 3-piece for him. He is out of his mind. Taking away all the space on the P1. SD going to be slamming through shadows, and they're going to try to reinforce by poking this one to increase the survivability, because that has been a problem for them on the P1. But the Prestige, again, putting so much traction on this map.
Yes, so well done so far here for the set of RTL Prestige. And I mean, they're just munching on it. Players of SDE coming from the last few hard points. Not feasting though. Not just yet. Quite dangerously. And so far, finally, we do get to see the lead change now here for the set of Stalwart Esports. Took them a bit of time. Took them almost 5 hard points, but now they are back on track now. So far, Clove in control here, good for 2, but Furyk shuts him away. Fluffy on nade. Able to get scurred. Reap is out. Trade after trades, RTL Prestige claiming the last bit of scrap time as we go to P2.
And this P2 is SDE sided, right? So let's see if Prestige gets to find a way to try to flip off spawns and maybe try to get top side control on this P2 as it opens up. SDE is going to have their operators invested with Reef sparrowing this guy out of the way. Now that machine is going to get kicked in as well. They're really using a ton of value on their operators just to make sure that they get some map control on this map. That says a lot on the pressure RTL has been able to do in the Summit map, right? But SDE is not taking them lightly. They're really trying hard to take this win to favor their side.
Yeah, now DX here gonna go on a burner with a Tempest. Good for 3 as he converts another kill with a machine pistol. Flashes is out, can't find any connection, but finds Pacify on the platform. Gonna be able to take them out all the way. 100 killer drone flies in. Not able to get the connection, all due to the trophy, but he hails down from the sky, still goes on a spree. The Freddy flies through. FDX on a roll.
There we go. That's the FDX that we know that can really step things up when the team is really struggling. Now he's gonna turn this into an opportunity to chain P2 to a P3, as he's the one holding the back line for SDE on that P3 rotation. RTL not going to have the same adjustments that they had on the first hill rotation as they get cut down by Clove through the front.
War Machine's gonna be out. Clove, an equalizer here. Pushing up now, creates the space, finds one. Furyk able to get the trade. But the War Machine will be the second line of defense here for the set of Stalwart Esports. Jai holding this one down. Good for 2 as Pacify Kinetsu walks into it, make it fluffy as well. Ready, built up. Stalwart Esports on a different level on the second set of hardpoints here, Cali.
Yeah, and they're really turning things apart. But Prestige still, you can't really just disregard what they've been able to do, man. They're stacking that point like a pack of zombies. And they got the Sparrow to help them try to break this. Only good for 1, smashing through the smoke. He is blinded, and Clove, they're gonna pick it up. Now, Prestige, what you want to not do here is put your team on the left side, as you do want an early rotation on Nex. Fortunately, that is not gonna be the problem here for that. Unfortunately, that's the problem for them right now, as they're the ones living up to P4 with the P3 slam. And SDE going to change things up. Back-to-back Manils potentially in the board for them should they win this current hold attempt on this P4.
You saw the shot there with Reef on the head with a Sparrow.
Yeah.
Total tough shot, but made it happen, and that's gonna be enough for them to actually be able to get the bonds now here favored out. Colin, Robin Hood, Cali sealing the lives away of RTL Prestige, and as it opens up now, you're gonna be able to get the first initial 20, probably 30 seconds now inside of the hill. RTL Prestige had a pretty strong start, but they're just in shambles here, looking to be a probable close out here for the Stalwart Esports on this hill, but the spawns does get splitted apart. RTL Prestige spawning out here from the back on deep, but they're still struggling to put themselves here inside of the hill. 4-second differential from the game ender itself for the Stalwart Esports, looking like they want to close it out now. One more contestant, can we see it? H's is out, Skirt in it for a show. Good for 2 elimination, and that should be it. No, never mind. We go back to another reset, to another hard point. We're going back to P1 here, Cali.
Yeah, P1 is the last chance for Prestige to try to put themselves on a 200-point mark up against SDE here. 70 points for them to take it away, but SDE just a few points away from winning this. This should be it. Clove equalizer is out, and nobody near the point of Prestige is a nice try. He even had the lead, but SDE in this second and third set of hill rotation is gonna take it home. And you know for sure that you gave SDE a sweat when 3 of their guys had to pull a 40 bomb just to make sure they win this match against you. Prestige did a great job at standing their ground and improving their stacking ability in this game. Here we go. SDE will take it 1-0 on the series.
I'm just telling you, Callie. I mean, it's already Spurs. However, SDE was able to recover from their losses of the first set of Hardpoints is something that a lot of these teams should take note on. It was pretty tough, but they were able to make it happen. Back it up with some readjustments on how to handle P2, get the better spawns there, work on the better rotation as well towards P3, and having a better transition as well towards P4. And that's just exactly how the textbook runs happens for Summit. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys missed out the action here between Stalwart Esports and RTL Prestige going wild and ham on Summit Hardpoint, let's roll in the highlights. And the MVP is gonna be Stalwart Esports scored with 49 kills, 24 deaths in the KDA 2.04. Call him Dr. Skurd because he was able to, you know, just control the players of RTL Prestige, man.
SDE was flatlining that game. You saw it. Prestige was really taking the lead, and he had to like bring them back to life. And Skurd really is one of the key players for the Philippines all throughout. And again, if you try to trace it back against Skurd, may not have won anything more significant than that Blacklist International Ultimate GM 1 and 2 Warden. But you know for sure this guy was the 2021 Eastern Finals MVP, and you always got to bring it back.
You know what team he could probably belong into?
What?
Scary.
Scary. Why?
Scared. I'm scared.
Big round of applause for Warden in the chat right now. Press 1 if you found that one funny. I'm clapping. That's a great one, Warden. Good job. You're earning your way up as a comedian, man. Come on, give it up. Let's get it going.
Woo! Anyways, now
Woo!
back on a head-to-head post match here. 132 here for the side of RTL Prestige, 204 for the side of Star Esports, 3 minutes and 34 for this for hill time for the side of RTL Prestige, and 6 minutes and 35 for the side of STE. I mean, nearly pretty much doubled in every factor here, man.
But the more surprising thing about this is, even despite the disparity on the kills, Prestige was still able to score 131 points, right? Even had the lead for a couple of hills, which is impressive. So they should not be able to beat themselves out too much on this game. Now we move on to Search and Destroy. We got Firing, Kurahana, Standoff, and Coastal Bend, and that means we are getting Aling, Tunisia. There we go. Search and Destroy it is. Again, we've seen this many times already, Warden, and so far, it's not the snipers that we've seen do most of the work here, right? I mean, SMGs had so much plays in this game for like the past few days of GM9.
I mean, for the set of SC, they have been pretty promising in the set of this map already. I mean, 1 against SKAER 72 here, while for the set of RTL Prestige, notably we got to see them losing this one out earlier up against Elevate, and same goes for the side of SKAER as well for the 7. So they're not really the most promising in the side of this map, but hey, I'm just gonna lay down your you know, strategies and hope for the best as we strike things off here on the first half. It is gonna be RTL Prestige here on offense at Solid Esports. They got 2 players here on the B side looking to play the post plan, but in the process, SKAER finds one with a nade. Fluffy gets the trade. Close, still gonna be alive there. Pops and Flash. Should be able to find one, but Pacify shuts down Clove. Fade after trade. Jai finds Ganesu. Jai finds Fluffy, but Pacify once again with a sniper. Able to get one. Now it's a 2v2 situation.
Minute 26. You got time. He's gonna have to wait for the plan. Oh, the stun connects and the FDX converts the trade. Bomb is not going to be near Furyk. He needs to pick it up. And SDE knows that they're just gonna have to sit back, watch and relax, and wait for this guy to show himself.
Hold it out. Furyk made his debut earlier here on Garena Masters.
Grenade.
Pops a nade there. Lineup is not going to go anywhere near to the players of Stellar Esports, but they do hear the nade. And that's actually just giving more general direction on where he's going to be coming from, so it's not really going to be a good look. But looking at FDX is not really looking at that angle here, so Furyk should be able to slither by here on the top side. We'll be able to spot one there right behind. But it doesn't see him actually, no. Furyk just walks into Reef in the first round. Is going to go to the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Stalwart definitely knows how to play things patiently, and that's again the experience that they have accumulated all throughout the years. Prestige just was just kind of lacking that one extra kill to maybe put away that B-side hit. And they do really love the B-side hit. And here comes the welcoming machine. Hello! I'm here. PKM in his hands. This is gonna get messy. Oh, he picks the wrong angle at the baddest timing, but he's still gonna bring out the machine pistol on the close range, and he still finds one. How is he alive?
Well, his name is FDX. Always surviving all of this mess. And Fluffy sort of exactly the same thing. Reef checks on, slide out, still with the fight. Up in the air, Fluffy goes down. It's gonna be SD here winning 2 rounds in a row. Callie, I don't exactly know how Reef pulled that on up.
Man, he pulled up like it's a birthday from Anderson Leak, man. There we go.
They have the bomb.
A smooth cha-cha slide. And RTL fell for it. They got rizzed up by the dance move and became a party right there. Moving on though, RTL decides to change things up and move on B, which is pretty aggressive. They like to try their chances at maybe trying to stack this, but Clove and FDX teaming up and just dismantling all players at mid.
Oh, Furyk. Oh, Furyk. Unfortunate as it seems, FDX on the other side, able to get the shot down. 3-0 here, Cali. I mean, Slums Esports looking to provide a quick one. Here now, moving over. Next round's gonna be opening up. And RTL looking to go for a push on the A side.
Those nades. That's telling something. There might be a couple of guys maybe trying to push here. If you're SDE, you're thinking, hey, they're gonna strike B. They're gonna strike A here this time. I've stunned it. I've seen them. They're over A, and that's why they're sending out number 3 in blue in the skirt to try to maybe create a flanker to confirm if there would be any push at B. And there's really no information there. So now it's all about the A side hit.
A skirt finds Fluffy down. And that's just gonna be extended here towards the heady. I'm just left out there. Not really planted. And that's just gonna look to try to make a play here. Guy and FTX is gonna be there. Double snipers in line and gonna go for the spray. Unfortunate, just missing the shots. Could have been a kill. Could have been easy. Now better duck your head on the concrete. You don't want your blood splattered. Dawn's gonna be dropped now here. It is planted. 4v4 we go here, Cali.
Number 3 in skirt. He's need. Oh my God! The flick by Jai that opened things up. But Furyk holding strong at FDX now. Calling in the delivery. It is an FDX flight training. That is just a massive break. How are you? How the hell did that happen? I'm lost for words. The FDX train moving on. Look at that flick. Oh, mama.
It's crazy sequence there. And it all boiled down to the snipers, the Slums Esports. And you said it before, Cali, on Tunisia. Definitely want to eye out on those snipers. And clearly, X and Jai are serving that statement pretty well. Pacify, though. Only needs some milk instead of pacifier itself. Need to spoon feed the players of RTL in this very moment, because my days. Getting obliterated so far. Pretty still on the score line 4-0. Reef is going to be in a pretty tough spot here to get spotted out. Really risky, but at the same time, if the timing is right, should be able to come out with one elimination at least. Swings on though. Fluffy able to get the read. Furyk from the top side able to take down Jai. Fluffy closing down the distance up against Skirt, but Skirt finds a double. No way. Now that's going to be enough for Pacify to back away, but look at player 4, Yuka. Off the rip from the flank, should have to move in quick, but unfortunately too late to support his teammate. And now they go for the chow. FDX stays alive still.
Wow.
How does he do that? How? The game continues now to 2v1. You know exactly where each other is at, and the double chow will be offered. 5-0. FDX on a roll.
Simply is just another level here for STE. And they knew where to swing, and that's just coordinated attack. And I think it can't be more emphasized how important it is to communicate with your team and to be in sync. That was a massive double swing right there to finally take it home. STE might be serving another godlike special here, giving them the LG prestige. Can't go wrong with it. But I feel like if you do not change things up, you know, if you don't take some risks here no more, it might be the start of you becoming an egg-laying machine on this S&D.
You talk about risk, and look at Slums Esports just surging towards a main.
Oh no!
Furyk finds Skirt away. FDX finds Kinetsu. Jai finds Fluffy. Furyk and Yuka, what can you do? Furyk missing this shot. Doesn't expect the refract towards the left side. Jai shuts him away. Yuka good for one, but Reef is there for the trade.
Oh no!
6-0, Cali. 6-0.
And we might have a new member on the team, Incendio. Kenetsu is on a 0-kill watch. Everybody just need to put their eyes on Kenetsu right now and see if he can get a kill. Or he'll be joining the likes of Incendio, Batman, in terms of finding no kills in a search and destroy. And
keep
it
the cam
hurts.
on him.
Kenesu is, yeah, Kenesu is the front man here. He is gonna have it rough. There's a high chance here. There's a high chance he might get a kill here if he can take down Skirt. Oh no.
The Skirt.
Oh,
he's
no.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, yes!
Absolute Viva Max!
And he wins the round!
Yes!
No, never mind. FDX still alive, but he doesn't have an angle. They win the round!
Yeah! Prestige! Kenesu for the win!
This is it, Cali. Could this be it?
This is it.
Could this be the start
of the
the
comeback.
Cinderella story?
Defend the
Can we see it?
They have the bomb.
RTL Kenesu has finally found his footing in this game. And SD is gonna fully slam them on the A side! Bah! Kenesu! Takes down FCX! SDE who? In this bunch of bullets! Last man standing! And Fluffy takes it home! Prestige! Back-to-back rounds!
We're seeing it, Cali. It's a build-up. Probably come back now. Take the risk.
Destroy these.
Fight for it.
The enemy has the bomb.
Can't play orthodoxly up against the squad like Stalwart Esports. And they've been changing up the plays, but look at the barrage of nades and the flashes and the smokes coming through here on his A side. Stalwart Esports are mad and hungry to close it out. The first 2 kills goes to their name, but Kenesu finds the fourth on the feet, make up the fifth. Kenesu making the play, but all of a sudden it's just Pacify all alone now here in the 1v2, the last hope of RTL.
All down to Pacify things. You got a minute 25. She should be able to get an angle on this. Oh, he does not get the timing. It's going to be a B-side push and a B-side plant. 2 guys. Jared and Clove. With the 2 guys remaining here for STE. Oh, he just made noise. That's it. Noise been heard, and Clove cleans it up. The janitor finally gets it done. The sweep is finished. No more overtime. And that will mark the end of the game. 7-2 on our scoreline. STE, right? They struggled at a hard point, but this was a masterclass on the search and destroy Tunisia.
Served it pretty well. Get it done, no problem. With that being said, close it out. And that is going to be Stalwart Esports, led by Palitao.
Yeah, he's ready to square up and swing. 2-0, bro. 2-0.
There's just a lot of personalities here behind Stalwart Esports. It shows so much promise overall. I'm proud to see it. Proud to say it. Stalwart Esports is improving as time passed by, bro.
For sure. And again, that teamwork is really clean. Especially on the retakes, Warden. You saw that when Ujai had that amazing flick of that wrist. The wrist. I mean, again, that's very coordinated, and it's a huge sign that this team is gelling together like fine wine. And STE will now complete their win, and they will go undefeated. 2-0 on all the series that they have played so far. Now we go to our highlights and see what just happened on this map number 2.
The MVP is no other than Mr. FDX Sean himself. 14 kills and 2 deaths in a KDA of 7, Cali, almost breaking the record of Jimmy of 8.
And again, FDX really fine looking man right there, man. He knows how to step it up on the search and destroy. In fact, before we even entered today's matchups, he was number 2 in the KD leaderboard. Only second to Jibby, who only played a couple of S&Ds, but this time I think it's a clear factor now that FDX is the number 1 S&D player right now in terms of KDs in his game. So yeah, just truly speaks out on the caliber of a player he is. As a sniper, he's been clearly one of the best, in fact one of the legends in this game, and you just gotta respect the name here, man. He's been through it, right? The pro players, the pro events here in the Philippines, the community tournaments, and again at the biggest stage possible in the world stage as well.
Now we move over towards our head-to-head match comparison here. 26 kills for a set of RTL Prestige, staggering 41 for a set of Warden Esports, and a scoreline of 3,578 to 5,306. Something's up now at a 2-7 scoreline once again. They ended off with a high note here for the set of Warden Esports. Quick sweep here to end the night off.
Yeah, there we go. SDE looking pretty good up against Prestige, and earlier up against PRT, if I'm not mistaken, right? And again, we had a couple of show outs from Reef, who had 57, Clove with 16 on the Search and Destroy on the first series. Then you had the one and only SKAER dropping a 57 kill game to win up against Prestige at the Hardpoint. And obviously SDE FDX with that 7 KD ratio for that S&D gameplay. And our MVP, it will have to be Stalwart Esports SKAER, Warden.
Yeah, SKAER. Ever so consistent in this lane department with 55 kills, 16 deaths, and a KDA of 1.77 overall across the last few days of the Garena Masters 9 group stage. There's not much to say. I mean, he's just him. That's just SKAER for you, providing what he has to do for the role of the team.
I think this is one of those guys, again, like very much like Susano is heavily underlooked because he's got a lot of star-studded players on his roster, right? And he just kind of falls around the environment, but he knows how to step things up, right? And he is once an Eastern Finals MVP and a champion as well. Now we take a look at our Garena Masters 9's final day group stage standing through day 4. Elevate remains at the top with 6 series score, 12 match wins, and again, no match lost.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Elevate for you. Comes out flawless on the group stage, comes out flawless on the playoffs as well, not just dropping any maps at all. I mean, we could see probably Search and Destroy come out of the picture, but we're looking at a ever so lasting, evolving squad of Elevate. As we thought that they have reached their peak, they're always just, you know, proving us wrong. Never washed, never nothing like that. It's always on top. While on the trail, Stalwart Esports, 4 maps has been lost out by them, but they were able to win 12 series overall. TRT is going to be on the trail there with 11 points to their name. Sonatus with 8, and at the bottom feed, it is going to be Scary and RTL Prestige with 6 and 1.
Yeah, number 4, number 5 is going to be the point of contention here right now. It's between THNTS and Scary, and then they need to go hard in their next couple of games just to be able to have an opportunity to play at the playoffs. Again, only 4 teams gets to advance and earn their way up to that championship game, right? Where potentially it might be Elevate that they would have to face. But even so, we're just here. Let's take a look at our standings for the day and see what happened. Warden, it's SDE starting off with a bang with a 2-0 win up against TRT, and we had an upset happening at that match too, where Scary was able to go for a reverse sweep up against THNTS.
Yeah, I was really expecting that one. I mean, my prediction says it all. I thought that THNTS was going to be able to come out with it just by basing it off from what happened on last week's run, but clearly Scary had something to show for today. RTL Prestige up against Elevate, 0-2 there. TRT up against THNTS, a pretty surprising 2-0 as well. And for the side of RTL Prestige to go against another blockbuster match up with them and start esports, which we were able to see. It was a quick one, a 2-0.
That is going to be our games here for today, Warden. It definitely was a highlight reel moment here for many players, right? A couple of, you know, great 50 bombs for each of these teams, and a lot more standouts on the Search and Destroy as well. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of control matches for today, but the only match that we had where SKAER and THNTS had to play a control raid, they had to go to a round number 5, which was thrilling. Winner takes it home, and it was just SKAER that was ready for the moment to get that job done.
Definitely, man. And so far, we still have, what, 2 more days here before we wrap things off here for the group stage. And quite honestly, Callie, I'm pretty excited to see how this one's going to play out for tomorrow, because up in line for the schedule for tomorrow, we have a pretty heavy one as well. I mean, we're going to be starting things off with TRT and Elevate, SKAER and RTL, THNTS and Elevates, STE and SKAER and RTL and THNTS. But with that being said, Callie, I'm going to hand this one down to you before we close things up. Anything else you want to say, bro?
Hey guys, make sure you stay tuned tomorrow for the Garena Masters 9 Echoes of the Champions, day number 5, where 2 teams fighting for that 4th spot is going to be competing. Again, Elevate and STE looking to be the top 1 and the top 2 teams right now in this competition. Do stay tuned for more opportunities to watch the hottest gameplay that you can have in the Garena Call of Duty mobile scene. Once again, this is Callie down here with Warden. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.
Capture the